University has pioneered in the whole country, developing a value chain model to address each and every stage of agroforestry, involved in the entire production to consumption system. So under this concept, I think there is a national development. And I'm to all the listeners who are watching both through online and physical presence. And we have now with me Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan, a professor and head from Department of Agroforestry and Natural Resources from Punjab Agricultural University. A learned scientist, he is known for his excellence in research and the educational aspect. And if you refer always forestry related projects in northern part of India, automatically Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan name is pronounced in almost all the fora and scientific meetings. And I have a very great privilege of working with him in various projects. Even currently also we are working with what is called as the agroforestry tourism project and the industrial agroforestry project, carbon financing. There are a wide range of systems which we are working on it. So definitely more than that, for all the listeners, Dr. Chauhan is a IURO working group coordinator for the country. So he has a very big linkages with almost all the system. And he is one of the mandatory contribution is the short rotation forestry. Now today we are talking about high yielding short rotation clones. But even a decade back, he was a man pronouncing short rotation forestry, conducted a wide range of national and international conferences on short rotation forestry, and he has translated forestry into a high productive system. So under this consequences, really I'm happy that he has accepted our invitation to be a part of a resource person for the successful conduct of this agriculture graduate science conferences. So I'm also equally happy, Dr. Chauhan, for having accepted our invitation. And on behalf of Dean Postgraduate Study and the organizing committee, and on behalf of Forest College and Research Institute, the entire faculty team, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Sanjeev Chauhan for having accepted our invitation for delivering the first lead talk on forestry sector, particularly on the short rotation forestry. Over to you, Mr. Chauhan.
Thank you, please. Thank you very much. For the audience, of course, it is more important that I am follower of Dr. Parthiban. Basically, whatsoever I learned from him, I try to transform it in Punjab itself. So, number of issues, number of species, number of aspects, they have been taken up in Punjab also. Dr. Parthiban has already taken lead in many issues, including your business incubator and all those. So best, I am thankful to you all that I have been provided an opportunity to interact with you. Basically, it's a two-way process. What I'll say that may or may not be important for you, but at least I'll be learning from your questions. So that would be more important for the interaction, please. So because sometimes what you say, that is somewhere in your mind, what you are supposed to say or what you are planning to say. But then it comes to the matching, how best way we can match our frequency so that the receptor and the speaker both they can benefit from this talk today. So I'm thankful to you all. Please, I'll start with my presentation. Of course, I'll share it. Yes, you are getting my slides, please.
Yes, sir.
It's visible.
Yes, sir. You are. Please go ahead.
Please. Thank you. Probably you can find your photograph on the first slide itself. Basically, more important is all the photographs which I have been using in this particular presentation, they have specifically been included. So rather you can say purposefully been included so that they have the certain meanings. For example, I start with short rotation forestry, so that includes your right. You can see these photographs right from nursery up to the processing. Basically, whatsoever we produce, that should go to the industry so that the benefits the farmers as well as the industry. Basically, there are different objectives of your management. Probably it is not only the production. Of course, when we talk of SRF, short rotation forestry and agroforestry, the production issue is a big issue. Basically, of course, I will go to the detail in the following slides. Basically, production for your timber, fiber, bioenergy are non-forest wood product as such. Of course, the other issues which are equally important is your protection. That could be for your soil, that could be for water, it could be your, rather you can say biodiversity or environment as such. Then there are social issues also, social services also. That could be your recreation, tourism, education, research, and all those. And then it comes the multiple uses also. Your forest and plantations. Basically, they are important, which includes your defense and military establishments also. Of course, going into the details, the first question comes out to be is, of course, that is a very simple and very, rather you can say, right from our primary standard, we have been going with these benefits, but the trees they provide us. Trees as well as the forest, they provide us direct as well as indirect benefits. Of course, we value the direct benefits more than our indirect benefits. In spite of the fact, the indirect benefits, they are more important than the direct benefits, because indirect benefits, we have to generate facilities at the site itself. Whereas your direct benefits, we can procure from other regions also. We can even go for the import. So, but we are giving more value to the direct benefit because something goes from my pocket. That's why I feel more concerned for direct benefits. In spite of the fact that rather you can say, even if you check to the literature, there are very rather you can say few possibilities that you can find the economics or the prices or the benefits directly which are attached to all these indirect benefits. How much soil for terming it in terms of economy or in terms of rupees. You cannot value all these indirect benefits, but still they are very important. And ultimately, these days we have been specifically talking of your climate change or all these issues, which is the theme of the day. Specifically in case of your plantations, of course, directly relating with food, farmer and future. So basically, you can say there may be many issues or many alternatives available in the country for agriculture to transform. As our Honorable Prime Minister had a mission that the farmer income should be doubled. But that is more important when we talk of agroforestry, because sometimes there is a very common saying that one in hand is worth than the two in the bush. Specifically when we talk in case of Punjab or the northern part of the country, so MSP minimum support price is available on some of the major commercial crops. Rather you can say traditional crops, which is rice, wheat. So ultimately, until and unless we get the more than the rice, wheat MSP minimum support price, only then the farmers they will adopt these agroforestry programs. Of course, there are many reasons for that. Why we are basically need to adopt agroforestry. Of course, I will go through some of the slides. Then next question comes out to is where to raise the trees. So of course, on each and every possible rather your scale landscape, the trees they can be raised. But our concern is the short duration forestry or on-farm forest, because if you go with the statistics, rather you can say, of course, that I'll take in the next slide. You take into consideration the trees outside forest, that is only 2.89%. But the timber production from that particular forest is 1,642 million cubic meters. That is almost 1/4 of the total forest area. Rather, you can say that the forest area is somewhere near 22%, and that produces only 4,270 million cubic meters. That means only 2.8% area that produces 1/4 of your timber. If we take into consideration the productivity of our forest, the natural forest productivity is rather you can say 1 cubic meter per hectare per year, whereas the plantation they can produce 4 to 6 cubic meter. And on the other hand, the agroforestry commercial, rather you can say agroforestry or short duration forestry plantations, they produce on average somewhere near 20 to 25 cubic meters. That means raising 1 hectare outside forest is equivalent to taking care of 25 hectares. So these are some of the issues through which ultimately your short duration forestry they are more important. On the other hand, as Dr. Parthivan has told you that how the things they progressed, you take these photographs, raising trees or retaining trees on farm, that is compulsion also, specifically in the sloping lands. Ultimately, we are supposed to have that is rather in other words, you can say The trees are integral component of the farming system. So that's why the people, they have been retaining and raising trees along the ponds, and so that your soil, your moisture and other components, they are conserved. Of course, going from the traditional system to the new system, ultimately you see the your middle your photographs. Here the farmers normally they started, instead of having trees on all the farms, they started allocating different land units for different components, because our requirements for different components that remains the same. Where we need cereals, we need fruits, we need vegetables, we need pulses, we need rather fuel, we need timber also. So therefore, in this particular photograph, all the components they have been allocated different lands. However, taking that into the third picture, ultimately from this system we shifted to the commercial agroforestry component or system, so that we may produce the maximum possible. Because as Dr. Parthman told that, you can say before the partition, or rather you can say pre-independence period, plantation activities were not so extensive. Of course, immediately after independence, we started a very comprehensive, very important program that was launched, that was Van Mahotsav. And that is, in other words, you can say that is the longest being program followed in the country. And every year we are celebrating the Van Mahotsava, so that the people, they may be attached, or they may be made aware of all the benefits of the trees. So now we have the commercial agroforestry, where your tree plantations, they are linked with the market. So species which are important for the market, they are basically raised on agricultural land or on the other available lands. So now the next slide you can see is, of course, population is a big issue. With the increase in population, ultimately our demands for all the resources that increases. Same is the situation wood also. But in case of timber, it is basically the status of the living that is directly related to the demand of the timber. It is not only the population. The day I have money in my pocket, ultimately, in other words, you can say, we have the substitutes available for the timber. You have for furniture, you can have plastic, you can have metallic, or many other unbreakable material available for your furniture or for your construction work. But the day I have the money in my pocket, certainly I will go for the wood. That's why it is basically linked with your status of living also. Your pocket that requires more timber. In other words, you are, of course, you can see the lower second half photographs, or rather you can say picture. Here the ego and ecology, they have been depicted. Here in the case of ego, the man has captured all the things. Whereas in an ecological system, man is one of the component in that whole your biosphere, rather you can say, where the system can run very sustainably. But the situation has changed, and man is on the top of the pyramid, and ultimately eroding the biodiversity and other issues, including your timber as well. Of course, going on the scale, your global scale, 1.5, rather you can say 1.2 billion people, approximately 20% of world's population depends on a large extent on agroforestry products and subsidies for their survival. And more specifically, your poorest of the poor, they are either residing inside the forest or adjoining the forest. And presently also, you take the example, rather you can say harsh conditions. So ultimately the farmers, they are maintaining trees on their farm. If you take the example of a desert like Rajasthan, the number of hedgery trees, they are far more in Rajasthan than in the irrigated agricultural system. So ultimately they are a sort of live bank account. Whenever you require your money, you can harvest the trees and make money from those trees. And that's why the people, they are directly or indirectly dependent upon the trees for their food and for their other subsidies as well. Of course, I'll skip this one. That will come, as I have already discussed, that only 2.8% of the area that is providing almost 1/4 of your total demands. That means a sort of comprehensive statement here is, if the 5% of Earth's surface is brought under intensive forest management, and with an average of 10 cubic meter per hectare per year, they meet all the world food requirements. Of course, as we know that at present we have somewhere near an average of 25 cubic meter per hectare per year. But on an average, if it is not possible to have a total intensive management of our plantations, but at least we need to maintain 10 cubic meter per hectare per year that can meet our food requirements. Ultimately, we know that at present, forests are meeting only 4% of our industrial and domestic requirements. Approximately 6% that is from import. And import budget itself is very high. Rather than something you can say somewhere near 50,000 crores of rupees is the import value. Whereas more than 90% of your timber for domestic as well as industrial requirement that is met outside the forest. Here the farmers, they are mainly involved. Of course, there are a number of issues which ultimately forces us to adopt agroforestry. Basically, if you take the example of Punjab, of course, the situation of Punjab is very different than the other states. Here you can say that the land extension along the horizontal scale, that is not possible. So ultimately, land value is very high, and our requirements are multiplying, and they are for multiple products. Ultimately, we need to exploit the horizontal horizon. You see all these pictures, there are more than 2 or 3 rather components they have been included, so that our multiple requirements they are met. Land pressure for multiple cropping that is increasing, and ultimately farmers they are making use of vertical horizon instead of horizontal horizon. With the generations, rather you can say whether the next generation the land will get fragmented, and the average land is very low in case of your family system. It comes out to somewhere 2 to 3 acres, rather you can say, and ultimately our requirements they have to be met from all those. So ultimately we cannot extend horizontally but vertically as well. Second important issue is your employment generation and income. So as per the income is concerned, as I have given that in case of agroforestry, probably there are 4 I's: intentional, intensive, integrated, interactive. But I feel the income is the biggest issue for adopting agroforestry, because the farmers they are not rather you can say they are not the ecologists, but ultimately, as I initially started with, that one in hand is worth than 2 in the bush. So ultimately, the traditional crop rotation which they are following, they will skip that only if the new system will provide them the higher prices than the ongoing prices. So ultimately, the farmers they are main concerned with the income. Of course, indirect benefits the others they are taking up. Of course, number of policy initiatives. Of course, at present we are following the agroforestry policy of 2014. But even before that policy was enacted, Punjab and Haryana were they had the rather you can say very liberal system of harvesting. That means harvesting as well as the transit. No harvesting, no permission was required from the state forest departments, or even the transit from Punjab to Haryana and Haryana to Punjab that was open, so that the farmer they can sell their produce from to any market. Rather you can say even they were not required to seek any permission. Of course, now that the government of India has already relaxed this transit system. And another issue is employment. Employment is a big issue, and ultimately through adoption of SRF, short rotation forestry and agroforestry, approximately on a hectare scale, 450 man days they are generated through a 1 hectare of plantation. Rather you can say right from all the activities. You see all these photographs right from nursery to the plantation, to harvesting, transportation, and processing. All these activities they generate 450 man days per hectare, which probably rather you can say the people they need not to go outside to their forest, to the they need not to shift from villages to the cities. As I have already mentioned, the 1988 policy as such say that industries they have to generate their own resources for their raw material. Even for seeking their license, they need to rather you can say express their source of your raw material. So as I have mentioned, more than rather you can say 95% or rather you can say 100% forest they are under the government control, but only 4% of your domestic and industrial requirements they are met from the forest. and more than 90% rather you can say that is met from the outside forest because of higher productivity. That could be your agroforestry plantation or short rotation forestry, and all the industries, the industry raw material that is met from all these plantations. If you take the example of Punjab, more than 83%, or rather you can say 83 to 84% of your land that is under cultivation, or approximately 9% is under infrastructure, 6 to 7% is under forest. So ultimately, we don't have any land available to reach from 3.5% to the 20% of as per the policy required. So therefore, ultimately, the option remained is the option available with the government of Punjab is that they should involve the farmers in different programs somehow, so to increase our forest area, or rather you can say plantation area. So ultimately, the farmers they are doing, and ultimately there are a number of areas, or rather you can say niches available where the agroforestry practices they are being followed, and industry is making use of that all material generated. So even you can go through this slide, which shows that initially, rather a very simple example before you is we have been rather you can say getting paper from the paper industry. They have been operating on the pine wood initially in the earlier times. So the harvesting time of pine is somewhere near 100 years. So ultimately, we have been sacrificing a 100-year tree to get the paper. Now the approach from long rotation to be shifted to the short rotation trees, and in most of the paper industry now they are not using pine, accepting some pines being rather you can get imported from New Zealand, like Pinus radiata. Now most of the short rotation trees they are used in case of a paper. That is rather you can say eucalyptus, casuarina, lucina. All these species they are being used in paper industries. Of course, bamboo remains one of the components. So ultimately, we have shifted from long rotation to the shifting to the short rotation species. You see the proportion of long rotation and short rotation trees. So ultimately, we have shifted from, because in case of long rotation, basically the farmers they will not go for the long rotation trees on their farm. So ultimately, that was more rather you can say that will give you income after a long period. That's why the farmers they are interested. Of course, that is an important issue. Sometimes the government of India, rather you can say the state government forest departments, they also start raising long short rotation trees, and that sort of that creates a sort of competition among the farmers and the state forest departments. Instead, they should stay away from these short rotation trees so that there is no market competition among the farmers and the governments. So the farmers they may get remunerative prices from the plantations. You see a sort of summary of forest in India. Basically, the growth of course certainly have reduced from 5.7 to rather you can say 0.38. Basically, as such the land available that is restricted and becoming less. So ultimately, the growth of the industry as well as your plantation that is very less. So of course, in the government of India or the state forest departments, they have taken a number of initiatives so that your plantations they are encouraged. Of course, at the end of this presentation, I'll go through all these issues which the government, all the steps rather you can say that the government of India has taken. Number of initiatives have been taken after from in last 10-12 years. So I'll highlight that also. Of course, these are once you raise a plant, it has multiple values. It has ecosystem functions. Specifically, if you take the example of SRF, the trees they perform almost the same. Rather, you can say ecosystem functions. Of course, that depends upon your geographical scale. That whether it is at farm level or it is a village level or national or international level. So ultimately, that depends upon our scope of plantation and ultimately the product and the services which we are getting from those plantations at a particular level. So accordingly, our farm and these plantation, the ecosystem services, or rather you can say in the economic values, they vary. For example, at the farm level, the economics is more important, whereas at the global level, the ecosystem functions, they are more important. So they are rather you can say not important, but they are given more weightage for the SRF or other plantation. That is specifically basically for in case of Punjab. we have the rice and wheat rotation, which is very common. Rather, you can say on approximately 3 lakh hectares of land that is under rice and wheat rotation. And this rice, basically, the Punjabis, they are not rice eaters. So ultimately, this rice cultivation that drains your groundwater, and ultimately government feel concerned for the diversification in this particular rotation so that the paddy somehow that is replaced. In that case, of course, a number of issues, a number of concerns, a number of programs they have been started the state governments. Ultimately, the involving this agroforestry as such is one of the component so that your rice wheat rotation that is diversified. Of course, the basic requirement for paddy is your water, whereas the popular like species, they does not allow the stagnating water. They does not tolerate, rather you can say, the stagnating water. So while integrating trees, as I have already told that the majority of the farmers, they are small farmers. So in that case, they can go on the your boundary plantation, whereas the large farmers, they can go for, they have the option for long rotation. Of course, when we are integrating two components, your agriculture crop or your fruit plant, your vegetable crops, or rather you can say your trees itself, the response of component in isolation not necessarily fit into the systems. Ultimately, we need to assess all these systems, and there that is not only the productivity but the economics as well. Of course, the important issue here is that by raising your trees, we are not rather you can say reducing the area under agriculture crop productivity, because crop component is an important component to be integrated with the trees so that our dependence upon rather your food item that is not reduced. That is very important. Rather, you can say I have again mentioned here is that the difficulty lies not in new idea, but in escaping from the old ones. And old one, as I told earlier, that is only possible when we are able to get the more production, or rather you can say more profit from the new system. Otherwise, the farmers, they will keep adopting the old one until unless, because they are well equipped and well versed, and rather you can say well rather you can say known with the old system. That's why they don't discourage. I have, of course, this photograph which I have mentioned here is specifically my objective was the productivity of any tree, right from northeastern, rather you can say Jammu and Kashmir to the Tamil Nadu, that varies depending upon number of factors. So I'll not be dealing all those factors. I have given two trees here. One is deciduous, another one is evergreen. So depending upon this, depending upon our objectives, the selection of the species that is very important. Depending upon the location and depending upon the other, rather I'll not go into the details, but are required. But the productivity of system that varies. For example, in case of Punjab, our growth period is right from March up to the October, whereas in Tamil Nadu it may be all the 12 months, because the temperature here goes rather you can say zero during the month of January. Of course, I have very specifically given a model here that for adoption of any technology, of course, specifically I'll be linking it with the agroforestry as such, the awareness of the issue and our attitude for that particular issue. Rather, for example, if we take the example of agroforestry, our awareness that should be high until unless we shall be able to adopt that particular system. And then our attitude that should be positive for that particular technology or any combination, or rather you can say. And then the last one, that is your how best way we can meet all the constraints. For example, I'll give you an example. Being a scientist in the Department of Forestry and Agroforestry, I'm well aware of benefits of agroforestry. My attitude is very positive for agroforestry. But in spite of having high awareness and a high favorable attitude, still I may have number of constraints. For example, I don't have the land available with me. That is a sort of, you can say, a big constraint. So in that case, I'll not be able to adopt that particular component. There could be technological constraints, there could be marketing constraints, there could be policy constraints, there could be many other constraints. Ultimately, it depends upon how best way we can overcome these constraints. Only then we shall be able to adopt that particular technology. Otherwise, we shall be that will lead to the non-adoption of the technology. Same holds good in case of agroforestry and forestry, or short duration forestry. Of course, I'll not go into the details for all these species. These are some of the, rather you can say, these are some of the commercial species which are being raised under short rotation forestry. Of course, there are 500 trees, so 244 genera and 67 families, which are rather you can say production trees rather than trees. There are 270 commercial trees, and which approximately 30 they are in cultivation. Depending upon the region, their objective of management, their objective of market acceptability and market conditions, number of species they are being explored. For example, if we take the example of Punjab, so at present, of course, these were not so important. We have introduced, rather you can say, casuarina from Tamil Nadu, and very recently, last week, we arranged one, rather you can say, stakeholder meeting among the paper industry and the farmers. And the industry is in this particular area, they have promised us that they will you produce any amount of casuarina wood, they are ready to purchase that. Similarly, you have the white sagwan, that is your Malina arborea. Then you have the willow. Of course, why willow we are raising? As I have told you that the poplar is raised to replace paddy. Of course, sometimes the farmer they are not ready to replace paddy. They are not willing to, rather you can say, go with the paddy. Therefore, we need to have a species which could tolerate the stagnating water. Therefore, the willow is a water-loving plant. That's why we are emphasizing on this particular trees as such. Of course, I'll skip this one from this, rather you can say, slide. You can see when there are the plants, they are leafless. Your crop is in luxuriant growth. Now that here the leaves have started coming up. Rather, you see the last picture. Here the crop has matured, and then now you get the leaves. That means the deciduous species that is more congenial for the agriculture combination, so that your productive agriculture crop itself is taken care. Another example before you is, as I mentioned that, poplar was advocated to replace paddy, so that the area under paddy that is minimized. But here, still the farmers, they are not ready to leave paddy. They want some alternatives, so that the paddy is retained as such, and then the trees they are grown with it. So I have very specifically mentioned that there are many ways of doing things. Only our imagination limits. Sometimes we give the message that the poplar cannot tolerate the stagnating water. But in that case, the farmer, at least they can go on the boundary, and in between they can raise the paddy plant, paddy crop. Similarly, the situation is they can go for the raised bunds, and accordingly, and in between they can raise paddy. So ultimately, so we need to develop such type of systems so that the farmers they can go with paddy and poplar as such. That is what I have been telling, that the paddy with the salix is a good option available, because as Dr. Parthiban knows, that the Jalandhar is a good sport, is a good market for with the sports goods. They are producing a cricket bat, hockey, and many other items. Basically, the salix is in big demand. Earlier, the Jalandhar market, they have been getting salix from Kashmir, but now the Kashmir has, the J&K state has already restricted the supply of willow from the state as such. Therefore, the Jalandhar industry is finding some problem. So in that case, that they are propagating that willow can be a good option. It can be grown with your paddy, and then ultimately this marketing itself is good. So of course, that is the one slide which probably I have copied from Dr. Bharti. Basically, my concern over here is, when you talk of good productivity, when we, as we have already mentioned, when we talk of good productivity, it is only possible through intensive management. In that case, the selection of the good material, the nursery stock, these are some of the requirements, and then the intensive management, rather you can say good planting practices. So ultimately we need to adopt, and only then we can get good productivity, and that the way we can increase our making your requirements met for the industry, and making good economics as well. So that is basically the principle of a good productivity is your good nursery stock. Good planting stock is an important, and ultimately we know that already TNAU has taken lead in this case. Ultimately, they have many clones they have developed. Basically, what we have done is we have shifted from seedling. Normally, if you go with the government agencies, so normally their nurseries they are raising from the seed. So ultimately, to get good productivity, we have to shift from seed material to the clonal material, which are good material from a selected material. You see that these two photographs, good, rather you can say, young plants with your Lucina plants. Rarely we find such type of types. Same is the case with your media composite or dubia and many other species. So ultimately, the plant material whatsoever we raise, that should be of high quality, so that we could replicate our mother plants for getting the higher productivity. Oh, that is a sort of picture which probably I thought is important to present. Ultimately, the farmers, they cannot wait for 4 or 5 years for the harvesting. So ultimately, they have to plan for their land. For example, here his objective was to replace paddy, rice rather you can say. Ultimately, have the different age plantation, so that on rotation he can harvest, and simultaneously he can raise that new plantation. So that he may earn from each and every year. So that is a sort of opportunity rotation, rather you can say, which any tree which has got the commercial value or which has the market. So ultimately, we need to raise that and maintain the continuity in the system, so that he may not have to wait for another 4 or 5 years for getting some income. So in between, of course, he has to go for some other resources. Another very important issue here is, normally when we value our trees, we value it based on our stem, the proportion of the stem. Because normally the industry, they are using stem portion for timber, but these days we know that all the components of a tree, the total biomass that is utilizable. Therefore, whenever we have to go for the marketing of our plants or our produce from the farm, so ultimately we need to value, while calculating all this, we need to value all the components. I have one example before you. You take the example, that means a single tree, all the components, of course, their values that varies from stem to the root and from to the shoot twigs. Even these days, your leaves, they are saleable. They may have the lower value, but they are saleable. Ultimately, we need to put value to all these components, so that the farmers, they are benefited. And the contractors, normally, they are mainly concerned with your main stem. Of course, they are selling all the components, but while purchasing it from the farmers, ultimately, they are valuing only the stem. So ultimately, we need to propagate to the farmers. We need to tell to the farmers that all the components, they are valuable, and ultimately we need to go with all these. These are the values being put to a single tree. That means how much the biomass is being produced by different components, and accordingly we can put value to all these components, and total economics that can be worked out. That you can see is industrial use of poplar, and then subsequently the waste being generated in that particular industry, and all the waste that can be used in the subsequent, you can say, other industries. Even within the same industry, your fuel demands, they are met from the waste basis which we are getting, or even your biomass based power plants, they are making use of all these waste available from industrial houses, so that our total economics that is worked out. Of course, now I'll not go into the detail of all these slides. Of course, eucalyptus normally remains in controversy. So ultimately, I'll go through two, 3 slides before you have the questions on this particular issue, because normally we say that nothing grows under the trees of eucalyptus. That's why the formally, normally it is ecologically not a viable, or rather you can say it's a acceptable tree. But you can see all these photographs where you can find any sort of vegetation under trees. Of course, any species, when you will grow that in under intensive management, rather you can say under close spacing, so the understory will not get the sunlight, and ultimately there is no vegetation. Or rather you can say, you check to the this photograph right below, you can see the situation of the ground available or the land available. It's a totally boundary, and only species like eucalyptus can grow. Even you can say, sometimes we say that even the birds, the eucalyptus does not serve the purpose of nesting for the birds, but you can see that the hundreds of nests on this particular tree. Same is the situation with the water usage also. Sometimes we say that the eucalyptus plants, they drain more water than the paddy. Of course, it's not important to make compromise, rather you can say a sort of comparison between rice cultivation and the eucalyptus, but still we have a lot of wastewater available with us. That could be your domestic waste, or rather you can say industrial waste. You see the middle photographs. So all these plantations, they can be raised on those wastewater, which otherwise is becoming difficult to be drained. In other words, rather you can say these days the most of the plantation, they are clonal plantation. You see the root system of two systems. One that is a seed root system of seedling produced plant. Another one is the clonal plant. You can see that we have the dominant taproot system in case of material raised from seed or seedlings. Whereas in case of your clonal material, normally the roots, they remain on the top. Otherwise also you can say when the sources are available on the top, it could be nutrition, it could be moisture. And specifically in case of irrigated agro ecosystem, all the sources, they are available on the top. Then ultimately the roots, they don't extend down into the ground so that to exploit the groundwater. Ultimately these are some of the myths, and ultimately we need to take care of all these misconceptions about the fast-growing species. Of course, anything which will grow fast, that will consume more also. So ultimately, we need to supplement nutrition and all these so that we may get the good productivity on farm, and ultimately we are getting that also. So I'll go through some of the photographs for you. These are popular-based agroforestry system, horticulture-based agroforestry system in Punjab being followed. It could be on boundary, it could be in block. Number of species, they are being raised. You can see different components. It could be your fish culture or apiculture or all these, even the seed production in case of your different components. Another species, of course, now I'll not go into the details of all these, but these are options, they are available with the farmers. Instead of poplar and eucalyptus, they can go for the media. Lycina is a good species, and ultimately if you work out all these components in terms of quantity and quality, that is much more than the raising eucalyptus or crop in isolation. But the major issue in this particular component is specifically, of course, in paper industry, that is much in demand. Ultimately, we need to pull out all these components. So we have already worked out its quality and quantity terms. It is much more than the raising of these two components in isolation. In combination, you can raise these components so that to get the higher productivity. Another issue is bamboo. Of course, as I mentioned that last week we arranged one meeting of paper industries. So basically, they were much more concerned with the bamboo plantations, because at present, whatsoever the bamboo they are getting the paper industry in Punjab, they are getting bamboo from Himachal or J&K, or even importing, or rather you can say they are getting from the Assam and northeastern states. So instead of that, they have been stressing that the bamboo should be grown by the farmers in Punjab itself. So then they agreed that they will be purchasing all the bamboo available with the farmers, and that is a sort of good species to be raised with good economics, and you can raise at one point, and ultimately you can go with that plantation for 20 or 30 years. That is a good. Of course, this is economics which probably I got from Dr. Bharti, and that may vary. Of course, he has mentioned that it could be 70,000 rupees per acre per year. But in Punjab, we are expecting that already from eucalyptus and poplar, we are getting 1 lakh per year per hectare from 1 lakh per acre per year from poplar and eucalyptus. Ultimately, we will get the same from the bamboo as such. So ultimately, we have been propagating that the farmer should adopt bamboo, because already we have the 3 paper industries. One is Quantum, and then another Trident, and the third one is the Setia paper mill in Punjab itself. They have the demands for bamboo itself. Of course, this one slide I have copied from Dr. Parthivan. Same model, of course, because majority of our farmers, they are small farmers. So we have replicated this one also. That is the basic idea which we took from the Dr. Parthivan, and ultimately we have raised, because the species and the demand and the requirements of individual farmer, that will vary from one place to another place. So ultimately we need to make use of all this. so that we can go from the short rotation to the higher rotation, and for meeting all the different requirements for fodder, for fruit, for timber, for long rotation timber, rather you can say, for industrial wood, and in between we could raise agriculture crops. After that, of course, that the model they have developed for Tamil Nadu. We have the very same model we adopted, but with different species and different objectives. Another issue, of course, that is a very important issue in the times to come, because we have been dealing with the climate change issue. This seminar or this today's lecture itself is under climate change scenario. So the one big issue, or with the problem which we faced in Srinagar, was that because the changing climate, now the poplar that starts bearing the flowering also, and that the flaws being released, that is very creating problem for the asthmatic patients. Ultimately, during 2019, the administration in Kashmir, they rather you can say issued blanket administrative decision, or rather it's a circle that all the poplar from Kashmir Valley that should be harvested. And the same problem probably we are going to face in Punjab also. Of course, the solution is very simply, ultimately we need to look at the solution also. So already we have the solution specifically in case of poplar. That means the flaws being rather you can say only the female clones they produce the flaws. We can shift to the male clones. Of course, that is an issue. But in the times to come, we need to sometimes such type of problems. We may come across many other issues in the changing climate. So we need to address to all those issues also. So that's an important issue. Ultimately, my concern was to highlight that it's not only the issue, but we may come across many other issues. Rather, you can say with the changing climate, SRF, of course, it has ecosystem services also. For the first time, the indirect benefit, rather you can say, that is being traded, and ultimately we are putting much value to this system. Of course, not going to the details because it's a complete subject, rather you can say. You can find very rare farmers where all the wood or your pruning material is being collected and then crushed under the tire of the tractor and spread on the land, so that your organic matter that is increased and your carbon that is fixed in the land system. Of course, not going to the details. While, of course, I was, rather you can say there are very few this plantation project under the carbon, because of number of reasons, rather you can say. Of course, in the adjoining state of Haryana, we had the first project that was small scale farmer project that was with respect to the social forestry program. But normally, as it becomes difficult for the farmers to lock their land on long rotation basis, long scale basis. So ultimately, the farmer they shift from one system to another one, and ultimately making that project very not sustainable also. You can see from the system as such, all the components they are taken away from the system. Your roots they are uprooted, your leaves they are crushed, your branches they are taken out, and ultimately on biophysical component basis, we are accounting that a huge amount of carbon is fixed in the agroforestry system, but actually it becomes a little difficult for us to submit projects for funding because the potential of, yeah, rather you can say theoretical potential or biophysical potential, that is very different than the practical realizable potential. So ultimately, your funding of the project is based on practical potential, actual or realistic potential, rather than your biophysical potential ultimately. So that's why there are very few carbon projects on plantations, and more importantly, we have the very small farmers available with us. So the individual farmer, they cannot submit any project because it's a cost effective, and it's not cost effective, and it involves many funds for the registration of projects, or their validation and their recording, or that involves cumbersome exercise. That's why these carbon projects they are not viable. As I told in the initial stage, there are a number of initiatives that the government of India has taken. I have listed some of them. Of course, Honorable Prime Minister has the mission that Harmade paid that each and every farm one, it should have trees, because that was our tradition also. So ultimately, we must have trees on this. For example, in case of Punjab, of course, we have been stressing hard that since the land is not available, The wasteland in Punjab is almost, you can say, 0%. So in that case, to increase our area from 3.5% to the 15% or 20%, ultimately somehow we have to involve the farmers, or there should be some policy initiative by the government that at least each and every farmer should contribute 3 to 5% of their land for the trees. It could, of course, the tree, it could be your fruit trees, it could be timber tree, it could be any tree, but it should be a tree that so that our area that is increased in agroforestry plantation or in plantation as such. Of course, the next slide, that is very important as a scientist or as a farmer, yeah, you can say. Sometimes, of course, research and extension, of course, that is little, not much given weightage in case of SRF or in agroforestry. Of course, I'm not going to the detail of all these photographs. Of course, these are almost each and every photograph has its own story to tell. But I'll go to the first photograph on the left side on the top, where we have passed on a message to the farmers that the two species, your fruit tree and poplar tree, that can coexist and that can give you a good economics. But the message that was not properly taken by the farmers, and ultimately he raised the citrus plant and poplar tree in a single pit itself. So ultimately that will not work. Somehow there was some rather you can say gap in propagating our message or sending our message to the farmers. Even sometimes we are mixing two fast growing trees. For example, you see on the lower side, extreme corners, here poplar and eucalyptus, here you have the poplar and melia. So ultimately fast growing trees, they are light abundant trees. Once any plants, rather you can say, once that is suppressed, will not come up. Therefore we should avoid raising two fast growing trees. Even sometimes the farmers and the nursery growers, they are not well aware about the different species, their identification, and even sometimes we don't have the good clones available also. You see the third photograph on the top, you can find that the stem of this particular clone has flattened. So ultimately the flat your stem, in spite of good productivity or good fast growing clone, ultimately the plywood industry will not accept such type of clones. So these are some of the constraints. Somehow we need to have more researchable issues. So ultimately that comes to your discussion also. That is what, of course, I was thinking that I should make a presentation, because it becomes a little difficult to combine all these issues in one presentation. Of course, going with the plantation, as I have been telling, that it was 1970s, probably there was very 70s, your decade of 70s was very important. In that particular decade, basically the forest when corporations, they were established in the country, and ultimately they were mainly concerned with your commercial plantations. Similarly, BIMCO-like company that initiated their program in the northeastern states. At present, of course, you can say during the late, rather you can say last century of 20th century, last decade of 20th century, a number of plantation companies, they came up. Rather you can say they generated the resources somewhere near 100 to 250 billion rupees. Rather you can say involving somewhere near 15 million investors, and raising of course 5,000 hectares of your tea plantation, many other plantations. Of course, somehow they could not do good with their customers, so ultimately they could not continue with their activities. Of course, a number of other programs, they are being run by the government, and these days Kempa being a very important program which is being taken up. Even rather you can say number of industries, they have come up with the plantation programs, and more specifically under the corporate social responsibility. I was checking that during 2017, 18 and 18, 19, approximately 11,800 million rupees that has been spent by these industries on environmental activities. So ultimately these industries, they have already they have some of their missions and their objective and their programs to continue with. Same is the case with the Ministry of Environment and Forest. They have come up with the CSR guidelines so that the environmental issues they are taken care outside the forest. Of course, indirectly, all these plantation of short duration forestry, they are helping our forest. They are minimizing the pressure on our forest, rather you can say indirectly, because our demands, they are met outside forest or through the import. Ultimately, your pressure on our forest, that is minimized. So taking care of that. Ultimately, so our objective is to reach to the 33% area. At present, we are somewhere near 25%. Still, we have to go a long way. And number of programs they have been started by the government of India. Of course, as I told that we should avoid a sort of competition among different government agencies, and government agencies should stress more on long rotation trees, so that the farmers may not find much problem with selling of their produce. Already number of companies, they are supporting the farmers, and because directly or indirectly they are supporting the farmers. Even many companies, they have come up so that somehow the farmers, they are supported in terms of environmental benefits being provided by the agency. That is much probably, I think it is important that I must have your questions. Thank you very much, you all, for patient listening, because what I have planned, I have presented that, but more important is your perception. So that depends upon your how best we you have the number of questions, rather you can say. So I'll stop sharing now and welcome your questions. So I request for your interaction, please.
Thanks, Dr. Chavan, for wonderfully narrating almost all the flagging of all the issues, whatever happened in the whole country, starting from North India to South India. And you also indicated almost whatever the status in terms of productivity, the demand and supply pattern, the aspects of productivity improvement, the aspects of tree improvement, and ultimately the challenges that are faced by the scientists and the tree growing farmers. I'm really happy to be here as well to listen to you, like whatever all the developments happen. I think Dr. Kumaran, is that correct? Shall we proceed with the next speaker?
Yeah, we'll go to the next speaker.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Chavan. TNAU expresses its heartfelt gratitude for having accepted our invitation and sharing all your knowledge. I think during the last 1 hour, I think a lot of flagging of issues till the latest amendments made in import and export. Ultimately, what is the knowledge and research gap? I think we are very, very thankful to you for having flagged up the issues. I think my students and my faculty members, they all benefit through this lecture, and we hope to again connect to you in another meeting. Thank you, Chavan. TNAU takes this opportunity of thanking all of you on behalf of Vice Chancellor and on behalf of the organizing committee, the School of Postgraduate Studies. We wholeheartedly thank you for having accepted the invitation and presented with a very fascinating say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kumaran, can we go for a next speaker? Can I?
Yes. Yes, please.
Yes. I think, dear participants and all my boys and girls and the co-chair, faculty chair and the student chair, after listening to Dr. Chavan, we are moving on to the actually new title, particularly what is the strength of forestry research and agroforestry research in the state of in the whole country of India, and for which we have one of the known speaker in the South India, Dr. Ramakrishna Hegde. Dr. Ramakrishna Hegde, I think he is a multifaceted personality, and he is a very specialization in silviculture, and now of course concentration on more on agroforestry. And agroforestry, again, it's not a traditional agroforestry. He is a man with a diverse experience of what is called the homesteads and high agroforestry. Now the agroforestry model for the entire Deccan Plateau, particularly with the side of Tamil Nadu, I think he is known for his exemplary presence in the forestry and agroforestry sector. And he has a very unique publications in major, particularly endemic and what is called the endangered species, particularly their multiplication, regeneration pattern, their rehabilitation, and the diversity analysis. I think he has a vast experiences. Fortunately, he was also working in Tamil Nadu with the Institute of Forest Genetics during his PhD program. So, Forest College and Research Institute with Dr. Hegde, we have a very long associations. not only as a scholar of forestry fraternity, but also as an eminent scientist, pronouncing the words of agriculture, the agroforestry and the silviculture, not only in the South India, but the entire country as well. So his participation is going to be very useful to all the listeners, particularly for the postgraduate scholars. And now today, you know that we are always looking for innovative research, innovative interventions, particularly whatever happens in agriculture, horticulture, engineering sciences, medical sciences, or maybe IT sector. I think forestry is not the exception. So we also really wanted to have these experiences, the innovative interventions, for which the research is very important. People always look for innovations, three innovations. Three apples have revolutionized the whole world. One apple is Adam's and Eve's apple, which has emulated the art of civilization. Second apple is Newton's apple, the law of gravitational force. You know that the entire physics, or rather the engineering, depends on this law. Third one is the third apple is Steve Jobs' apple. Today, without this apple, you and me are not surviving. That's a major system. Same is the case. Beautiful developments are happening in agriculture. That's what we are successful with the green revolution. Similarly, white revolution, blue revolution. And the forestry and agroforestry is another important area which really needs a lot of innovations and intervention. For this purpose, I think TNAU has identified Dr. Ramachandra Hegde as one of the expert speakers as a resource person for this agriculture students conference, which is conducted on the seventh consecutive year in TNAU. So I, on behalf of the organizing committee, the School of Postgraduate Studies, on behalf of TNAU, on my own behalf, I'm happy to welcome Dr. Ramachandra Hegde as a resource person to deliver his talk on the status of forestry and agroforestry research in the country. Over to you, Mr. Hegde.
Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Dr. Parthiban, Dean Forestry, and my dear friends, faculty friends at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University Forest College and Research Institute, Mettupalayam. Now, I am really thankful to you for identifying me as the resource person. In fact, when I got the topic, I was thinking what to cover in 45 minutes, because forestry and agroforestry are very wide subjects, and it is very difficult to cover everything in a small this one. But in spite of that, I tried my level best to put everything in some 30 and odd slides. So with this, I take the opportunity to present my views instead of this one. That is, the topic is on recent trends in forestry and agroforestry research. Can I share the slide?
Yes, Dr. Hegde, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Visible? Is it visible?
No.
No, okay.
The organizers, please confirm this sharing of slides. Dr. Kumaran, please confirm this.
It is visible.
Okay. It is visible, Dr. Hegde, please go ahead.
The topic of my presentation is recent trends in forestry and agroforestry research. I belong to the University of Agriculture and Horticulture, is recently renamed as University of Agriculture and Sciences. My university is part of arts. We are around 40 kilometers away from Shimoga, but I work in College of Forestry, Pannampet, which is also one of the hotspot of which is also present in the center of the Western Ghats. As you are aware that India is the country which has around 25% of the total area under forest and tree cover. So nearly 1/4 of our country is with the forest and tree cover. The productivity of our forests are very less. The one could be one among the several reasons could be the lack of effective and responsive management of these forest and tree resources. So in order to have the effective and responsive management of tree resources, it is essential to have the support from a contemporary and innovative research base. So once the appropriate research base is there, it will be very easy for the effective management. So presently, as you are aware that the forestry and agroforestry sector, has a lot of demand, and the society is expecting, the expectation of society is so high. They expect majority of the industrial needs and and societal needs need to be met from the forestry and agroforestry sector, because not only from the point of economics and even other sector also, even environmental services also. So in order to have that, there should be proper research activities in the field. So the present field of forestry research and agroforestry research should need a paradigm shift to cater the environmental and societal requirement in perpetuity. So if you go back, the expectation from the forestry sector in the past mainly focused on three components, that is silviculture, utilization, and economics. Normally the silviculture deals with how to grow trees, how the trees are being grown, and how to make them grow faster or how to make them grow better. On the other hand, we were thinking the utilization was mainly focused on the optimum use of the produce from the forest. It could be timber, it could be any non-timber forest product or anything else, and ultimately the economics, how to make profit from that. So these three were the focused area in the field of forestry, or which was expected from the forestry in the past. Presently, the expectation from forestry and agroforestry sector is totally changed. Forestry and agroforestry is expected to meet the requirement of the industry, is also expected to meet the requirement of the environment, and is also expected to meet the socio-economic needs of the society, and is also expected to have interfaces with other sciences for further development. So research in forestry and agroforestry, has to be compared with other sciences, other foreign sciences, because this is very, very important. Mainly this forestry and agroforestry research are mainly concentrated on woody perennials, animals, and animals, either solely or in combination. Whereas if you say agriculture research, mainly they are concentrated on one animal crops or maybe biennial or maybe some fruit yielding crops. Whereas here it is altogether different, and there is a complex interaction between the various components, whether it is in forest or it is in agroforestry situation. The complex interaction, or sometimes in the forest you have to see the growth of trees, and at the same time you have to see the growth of associated crops, and you have to see the animals which the forest is supporting. On the other hand, the trees are having long gestation period. Sometimes it is very difficult for a researcher to complete or to conclude his research findings in his lifetime. So because of this long gestation period, this may need lifetime to conclude. So then the research in forestry and agroforestry is multi-strata. It has to deal with different strata, from the ground cover, or the, you can say, understory, to the top canopy. You have different layers, different canopy strata, and multi-dimensional. It is not in unidimensional. Whereas on the other hand, if you see the agriculture research, mainly field crops, they are yield oriented. Whereas here it is not only yield oriented, it is many issues, because in the forest or in the agroforestry sector, tree component and other associated benefits from the retention of tree is also very, very important. Then normally this tree require more growing space, and which is exposed to various environments. So with diverse environments and with more growing space, that is another uniqueness of this forestry sector, or forest, you can say. Then multiple products, say wood, fodder, fiber, fruits, gums, resins, etc. So many products are derived, and we have to concentrate on many products. So that is also another important issue which is making the forestry or agroforestry research as different from other farm sciences. And always this forestry and agroforestry research needs an institutional effort than an individual effort for the success, because it is most of the time it is multidisciplinary, and since it takes a lot of time, and always it is better to have it is multi-institutional, whereas on the other hand the agriculture crops can be have single institute can conduct, whereas here it is not so easy, or it is one can say that it requires the support of various institutes and different sciences and the faculty from different sciences. So forestry research for the present day, to meet the socio-economic needs, as you are aware that forests provide a wide range of economic and social benefit to humankind. So the society derives various benefits from this. So the forestry sector is addressing these issues and how this particular product from a forest is going to benefit the society, and what way the society is benefited, that has to be generated. And information on the status and trends in the socio-economic benefits is thus essential, together with the environmental values, in the forestry research, how this socio-economic issue and environmental issue is combinedly is going to influence, that is important. Thus, research areas could be on the benefit of forests for recreation and amenity values, the role of forests in cultural significance, because as you are aware that the forests play a very crucial role in the culture of Indian people at large, because different cultures, they worship forests, and different ethnic communities, they worship forests, and the cultural significance of forests is also very, very important, and the research need to be addressed such areas, or such areas could be considered. And another important thing is that forests are essential for maintenance of the rural way of life. So how these forests are influencing, or how these forests are benefiting the sustenance of the rural way of life need to be addressed. And the forests and employment generation, another important thing, the contribution of forestry sector in employment generation is also of greater significance from the point of providing employment opportunity to the growing population. The environmental demands on forestry research, could be, as you are aware that every year, we say that our environment is degrading. The quality of life is going down because of various issues. So some of the important concerns in this environment or the forestry sector from the point of environment are ecosystem services and biodiversity. So nowadays the forests are now valued more for their ecosystem services and biodiversity than for the tangible economic benefits. So as you are aware that the contribution of forestry sector to Indian GDP is around 1.7%, whereas when you take the ecosystem services, then which could be nearly, which could increase the value to around 8%. So this requires a better understanding of the basic biology and ecology of forests in order to derive the ecosystem services from the forest. So the information required for this environmental demands or to meet the environmental demands from the point of forestry research may be the extent of biodiversity, the ecosystem function and the management, then human forest interaction, the effects of climate change on forests, the role of forests in climate change mitigation, and the maintenance of health of the forest. So all these issues, can be addressed from the point of environmental angle, through forestry research. This information can help in designing and implementing the landscape level management plans also from the point of environment. So further, these environmental demands could be climate change effects almost all the disciplines of research and forestry is no exception. As you are aware that the impact of climate change on the forest and the role of forests in mitigating the climate change is being studied over several years in the recent years. The trees are being studied for their mitigation potential. Trees are also being studied for their adaptation to elevated levels of carbon dioxide, elevated temperature, and the associated changes in the abiotic and biotic stress levels also. As you are aware that because of this climate change, the invasive species, the population of invasive species in the forest is being triggered, or you can say it is, and the most of the vacant area or this one, the expansion of invasive species in the forest area is being increased. So it is important now to identify the methods of controlling and eliminating such invasive species. Broadly, this climate change research can be categorized into climate change modeling, then mitigation research, and adaptation research. So climate change modeling could encompass the present climate predictions based on the global climatic models. Then one can think of GIS based framework for risk assessment. Then the physico-chemical stresses the plant space may intensify. Then the incidence of pest and disease spectrum, so how it will change, and all those things can be studied. The sites of present distribution of the species for different, what to say is climatic or different agroclimatic zones. Then sometimes the appearance or disappearance of the species, so that can also be studied. The impact assessment and modeling, taking all the relevant factors, is essential to take the required measures for mitigation. So then climate mitigation research from the point of forestry sector could be integration of low rainfall species into farming systems. Then afforestation and reforestation techniques to mitigate the climate change. Then biomass for bioenergy production and composite wood products. The quantification of impacts of management practices on soil carbon dynamics. The role of forest products in mitigation. So that is also very, very important. See, as you are aware that earlier, so there was a decision not to use wood products, saying that wood, requires, cutting of trees from the forest, that increases carbon dioxide concentration. But in the recent years, it was revealed that the use of wood product is much better than use of steel and other substitutes, because that emits more carbon to the atmosphere than cutting the trees. Whereas the carbon which is produced or which is fixed in the wood can be retained for several years without releasing it to the atmosphere. So that sort of issues need to be addressed. Then development of methods for inclusion of wood products in carbon trading. So that is various methods has to be developed. So this is also another area of research that could be taken under mitigation research. Then adaptation research. So identification and selection of new species for climate resilient forestry. The breeding new varieties with wider tolerance to climate variability, maybe high rainfall or low rainfall areas, or high temperature and low temperature areas. The breeding for increased tolerance to water stress, improved nutrient use, efficiency, because how best the tree can utilize the available nutrients under a given situation. So such activities has to be studied and breeding activities could be initiated. Then impact on pests and disease, the climate change, because definitely it is going to have some diseases and all those things, or even incidence of pests. So how these pests and how these adaptation to the climate research, or how the species is adapted to the various climate change impact which is brought by the pests and disease. Then interactive effects of increased carbon dioxide and water nutrient deficiency, that also could be addressed. Then impacts on grazing and weeds, the invasive weeds and the grazing has becoming a major issue that can be addressed. Then impact on climate change on wood properties and associated qualities, wood qualities, because this is very, very important. Recently we are all speaking about wood production through various silvicultural or plantation silviculture and all those things. But of late it is realized that the climate change has a major role in the production of quality wood. It is estimated that 1% change in the pulpwood quality, the reduction in pulpwood yield by 1% matter 100 crores per day in our country. So this is the impact. So that such activities need to be studied. Forestry research, as I mentioned earlier, environmental needs, similarly the industrial needs. So forestry research to cater the industrial needs, or so the forestry research, has to address industrial needs, and at the same time it has to consider various issues: increasing forest and tree productivity, then restoration of degraded lands, saving the biological diversity, because some of the industries, they have to invest for saving of biodiversity and all those things. For that purpose, that they may require some the demand from their side. Then strengthening the institutional and human capacity, because that is also very, very important from the point of industrial sector. Enhancing the people participation in forest management through for industrial forestry and for joint forest management and all those things. So that is another thing. The forestry research strategies to cater industrial needs could be increasing the productivity because presently our Indian forest productivity is around 1.3 cubic meter per hectare per year to 5 cubic meter per hectare per year. So as you are aware that our productivity of the forest is much below than the world's average, the strategy could be to increase it to 5 cubic meter per hectare per year. Then the planting of fuelwood species on non-forest wastelands, because fuelwood is one of the important components. It is said that we are having adequate food, but we don't have adequate wood to cook food. So the fuelwood, the demand for fuelwood is going to increase in one or the other way. So it is very, very important that planting of fuelwood species on non-forest wastelands is going to be a very important issue. Then production of pulpwood and other industrial wood through agroforestry. So that is also another important issue that need to be addressed, that need to be considered to address the industrial needs. Then encouraging and strengthening of joint forest planning and management, JFPM we say. And here that is very, very important, so that everyone will be responsible for the production and consumption of wood. So that encouragement is required. Then developing non-wood forest products and generating rural employment through value addition of non-wood forest products. Then promotion of harvesting, processing and marketing of medicinal and aromatic plants for income generation. Then augmenting research capabilities of state forest departments. That is another important thing because as you are aware that to meet the wood requirement, our research activities or this human power in the state forest department has to be augmented. So their research capabilities has to be increased. So that has to be considered. Then building the capacity and training of personnel engaged in forestry through well-conceived human resource development planning. That should be one of the strategy. Then building the capacity for proper monitoring and evaluation of forestry projects at the state and the central levels, because that is because many schemes are coming from the center as well as state, but that is not reaching the target. So that's why appropriate capacity building is very much essential for monitoring and evaluation. So then rationalizing investment for sustainable development of forests, that is also another important issue that need to be considered. Impact of other sciences on forestry research, some major fields, now because they have influence on forestry research. See, emerging sciences like biotechnology, remote sensing and geographical information system, nanotechnological applications, they have a lot of influence on forestry sector, forestry research. The biotechnology helps in research on genetic engineering, to design trees of our choice, and genomic research to unravel the genetic basis of the observed character. So that is very, very important. That has the, the research in agriculture or other plant sciences, the biotechnological research has impact on our forestry science also from the point of development. The remote sensing techniques have made access to information at landscape level easy and timely for taking vital decisions in management of forests and protected areas. So incorporation of all the information on a geographical information system platform has speeded up the decision-making process and also made the decision scientific and reasoned. So this, this advancement in this RS and GIS is going to play a very crucial role and in the forestry sector, and this has impact in our forestry decision-making process. Then application of nanotechnology in developing forest products is gaining wide application. Very recently, I heard that Institute of Food Science and Technology, Bangalore, so they developed a, the product based on the nanoparticles from the wood, and they got the patent for that. So these are all the branches of science. They have influence on the forestry research, and that need to be explored for further development in the field of forestry. So as I mentioned earlier, the forest science is nowadays is changing, and it attracts the people from sociology, economics, and other field of science. The needs of the society and economic requirements have led to the development of forest sociology, forest economics, ecological economics, various fields. So as you are aware that the forests are no longer evaluated only on the basis of goods and that are tangible. We are all speaking about forest valuation, not only based on the tangible goods or tangible benefits, when it has to be evaluated for intangible benefits. The environmental services are also treated at par with goods, and nowadays we are speaking on payment for environmental services. Now, this is yet another emerging field, so that is also very, very important. The extension of the forest into non-forest area has led to the agroforestry research aimed at identifying compatible combinations of trees, agriculture crops, resulting in increased productivity. So these are all the interface with humanity science, and we have to deal with different sectors, maybe, or we can say that science and humanities, the forest science has to go with humanity science, and based on that the research has to be conducted. So by considering all these things, some of the emerging fields of forestry research I have shortlisted. So from the point of silviculture, the past thrust area was species introduction trial, and the emerging fields of forestry research is from this forest genetic resource management. Then artificial regeneration, what we were referring earlier. Now the emerging field is intensive silvicultural practices, precision silviculture, site preparation, spacing and thinning trials, nutrient and irrigation trials, canopy management, clonal forestry, mixed plantation models, reduction of rotation age with appropriate silviculture tools. So these are all the issues which need to be addressed to have the the forestry sector as more competitive in the present scenario. So from the point of natural regeneration, so research on forest fire, how the forest fire is affecting the natural regeneration. Then research on weeds, the impact of weeds on natural regeneration. Then invasives, as I mentioned earlier, the invasive species are becoming common everywhere now. What is their role in affecting or in supporting natural regeneration? Then incidence of pests and disease, that is also another important issue on natural regeneration. Then protection forestry, how the existing forests have to be protected from the or the natural regeneration in the existing forest have to be protected. Then restoration of degraded lands, another important issue which is emerging using various tools. Then analog forestry, that is another new concept. Then close to nature silviculture and assisted natural regeneration. These are all the important research areas which are emerging in the recent years. From the point of growth and yield estimation, which was the previous thrust area, presently we are all speaking on growth and yield modeling, use of remote sensing in forest and inventory. So such areas need to be, they are being emerged, so that the research on such area need to be considered. Then emerging fields of forest biological research. Earlier we were speaking about forest botany, mainly of timber species, but now the emerging field is biology of forest organisms. Each tree and how it is supporting, or what is the niche of that organism in a particular ecosystem. So ecology and biodiversity conservation, from the point of that the ecosystem function, how the ecosystem is functioning, successional pattern and dynamics, biodiversity assessment and monitoring, maybe biodiversity and genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity, then biodiversity conservation approaches. Earlier we were speaking about only ex situ conservation and in situ conservation. Now there are various approaches or various methods have been developed. So various biodiversity conservation approaches that are being emerged in the field of forestry research. From the point of wildlife sciences and management, the wildlife population assessment and monitoring and dynamics, the conservation approaches. Again, these are all the different issues that need to be addressed. And another important issue is wildlife habitat health and habitat management. So these are all the emerging field in the field of wildlife sciences. Coming to the tree improvement, see, previously or in the past, which is the foundation for forestry research, is that tree breeding. So the present, based on this fast research, the present emerging field are establishment of base and breeding and genetic or gene conservation populations, selection approaches for tree improvement, various approaches, already it is there, but the improvement over that, then derivation and multiplication of populations, how these populations can be derived or from this large population and the multiplication of such populations. Then reproductive biology of trees and hybridization program. Though tree breeding activity has been started in India since once the Dr. Kedarnath joined Forest Research Institute Dehradun as a tree breeder, but even today the tree breeding activity is not taking place as that of agriculture crops because of various issues. So, but emerging field from that is the reproductive biology of trees, then artificial hybridization. Then another important field, which is in the contemporary forestry research that need to be considered is seed handling, storage, quality testing, and synthetic seeds. Then from the point of forest biotechnology, so the emerging fields are definitely intro culture of trees, then gene mapping, with gene mapping, then with markers, then marker assisted selection, then genetic improvement through what to say is genetic manipulation, we can say genetically modified trees. So such issues can be addressed in this forest biotechnological issues. Then important forest products and utilization is in the field of forest products and utilization. We were thinking of only on wood products. The emerging field is the techniques to enhance the durability of the wood and bamboo products, such as wood ammonification, wood plasticization, cross-laminated timbers, wood modification, wood composites, high-value special products like wooden pellets, activated charcoal. Then application of nanotechnology in wood-based products, industries, nanomaterials. So all these issues can be addressed in the contemporary research. So non-wood forest products such as natural dyes, biofuels, ethanol production, all this can be considered. Then important issue is forest logging, in that reduced impact of logging. That is another area that need to be addressed, because with minimum impact on the environment and the surroundings, how the logging can be addressed, logging can be accomplished. Then utilization of bamboo and cane, because as you are aware that bamboo is emerging one of the important sector in the Indian, or it is going to play a very crucial role in the Indian industrial sector. The utilization of bamboo for various products. Bamboo has been identified for substitute of various products. Several products are developed from bamboo, for making furniture or even automobile industry, parts for automobile industry and all those things. So how best the bamboo can be utilized? So that has to be studied. So emerging fields of other sciences, with the help emerging fields in forestry with the application of other sciences is forest resource management, in that use of GIS and remote sensing, bioinformatics, climate change research, human forest interaction, forest hydrology and watershed management. So in forest economics, the forest certification, because that is very, very important nowadays. So everyone is speaking about forest certification related to, this is very much essential for international trade of timber and non-timber forest products. Then green economy, then payment for ecosystem services, forest valuation based on the goods, products, services, recreational values, aesthetic values, and carbon trading. So actually, this agroforestry research is slightly different from this general forestry research. That's why, and the topic which is given to me is recent trends in forestry and agroforestry research. So I made few slides from the point of agroforestry research also. As you are aware that agroforestry is one of the important component which is being practiced, or in component of our farming system which is being practiced since several centuries. This agroforestry has been transformed from a vague concept of robust land, vague concept of growing trees to a robust land use discipline. Its role has been clearly demonstrated in sustenance of the crop yield, diversifying the farm production, realizing the ecosystem services, and ensuring the environmental integrity. So today it is vehicle for transitioning from traditional practices to science-based technologies to address land management problem worldwide. So agroforestry is considered as one of the important sector from the point of having evergreen revolution in our country, and it is also considered as one of the important tools to attain at least 30% of our land cover under tree cover. So major research topics in agroforestry could be systems inventory, maybe by the biological issues which can be addressed is tree selection and improvement. Then socio-economic issues could be what are the recognizable impact on this agroforestry system, impact on the society. Then plant to plant interaction. So when you are using multi-purpose trees, how they are going to influence the plant to plant interaction. Then plantation versus small tree husbandry, how they are, the socio-economic issues that can be addressed in that. Crop yields, growth of trees and associate components from the point of biological issues, from the point of socio-economic issues, marketing of farm grown wood trees, then water relations. See how in the agroforestry system, how the water relations, how the water is being used effectively. Then the biological issues could be other ecosystem functions of trees on the farmland, then marketing of farm grown wood, then soil conservation and amelioration, that is effect of microsite enrichment on associated components, how the soil productivity is going to be improved by introduction of trees in agroforestry. So the major general shift when you consider this agroforestry research in the past and the present, earlier we were considering the agroforestry from the point of description of the system, but presently we are thinking or we are shifting to understand how they function. Earlier just we were telling that tree and woody perennials and all those things, but now how they are functioning in the system. Earlier we were thinking about simple systems at field and farm levels, but now we realized that it is a complex, diverse system at landscape and regional levels that has influence. Then the quantification of productivity, we were thinking only from the point of tangible benefits. Now we are trying to evaluate the environmental services from that. So researcher designed practices, now it was given to the farmer. Now to farmer the design practices based on the local knowledge, because we are trying to have the traditional knowledge and that is being utilized in the agroforestry research. So that these are all the major shifts which are seen in the agroforestry research and development. So now, and earlier the focus was very narrow on biophysical variables only, but now the focus is on interdisciplinary approach. The focus is on diversified land uses. Maybe for example, if you are thinking of coffee based agroforestry, earlier we were thinking of only on coffee production. Now we are thinking of timber coffee, the production. So then apart from that, what is its role in climate change mitigation? What is the ecosystem services which is derived from this coffee based agroforestry? So all these issues, now the issue has been transformed into or multidisciplinary, and to study that we should have the multidisciplinary approach. So growing emphasis on interdisciplinary approach to sustainability. So here the agroforestry research and development emphasizes on improving the farm profitability, not only from the point of productivity, sustainability, and also the quality of the products, as well as the quantifying and valuing the environmental services provided in managed rural landscapes. So agroforestry systems are now considered important for achieving the Millennium Development Goals. So agroforestry has been considered as one of the important inevitable land use system from the point of ecosystem resilience or enhancing the ecosystem resilience. So agroforestry can be a buffer against some of the disturbances. For example, suddenly if you have some stochastic events, say like fires, flooding, windstorms, insect populations, explosion, and all those things. So agroforestry could be a tool to overcome these stochastic events. On the other hand, if there are some disturbances or we can say because of human activities, for example, if the forests are affected by agriculture, deforestation, introduction of exotic plants and all those things, now agroforestry can be useful in maintenance of the biodiversity and other things also. So agroforestry is very much essential from the point of ecosystem stability and capacity to tolerate the disturbances and restoring itself. So agroforestry is also very important from the point of climate resilient farming. The capacity for socio-ecological system, this agroforestry has the capacity for to absorb the stresses and maintain functions in the face of external stresses imposed upon it by climate change. And agroforestry, has the capacity to adapt, reorganize, and evolve into more desirable configurations that improve the sustainability of the system, leaving it better prepared for future climate change impacts. In the context of agroforestry as a strategy for climate resilience farming, the most prominent issues are carbon sequestration, soil carbon sequestration, and other ecosystem services. So these are very, very emerging field from the point of ecosystem services. So carbon sequestration in an agroforestry system can be seen in above ground and below ground. So above ground is seen in the form of vegetation and below ground is seen in the soil. It is estimated that carbon stored in above ground vegetation is 0.29 to 15.21 ton megagrams per year, and the carbon stored in the below ground is ranging from 30 to 300 megagrams of carbon per year, up to a depth of 1 meter. So thus agroforestry systems are believed to have a higher potential to sequester carbon because of their perceived ability for greater capture and utilization of growth resources compared to sole agricultural production system. So the research directions in agroforestry, it could be large scale global continental estimations, then application of agroforestry rather limited, in our, we have the agroforestry, though we are telling that agroforestry is the solution for this climate change, mitigate climate change or climate resilient farming. Agroforestry is very much essential, but it has very limited application because of various constraints. The research has to be oriented to address such issues. The most of the available models are limited to single species system, not easily applicable to agroforestry system with complex and uneven plant arrangements. So the priorities for field researchers and modelers should be, the research should be based on the knowledge on management for each component while grown in combination with other species. Then another important issue that need to be directed is the development of variety suitable for agroforestry system, because nowadays the agroforestry research, we say that only crops and trees, and interestingly none of us are thinking on the developing suitable varieties which can come under shade so that the productivity of the crop is minimized. See, for example, to tell you that Punjab Agricultural University, they have developed a wheat variety which can come up under the shade of trees. So development of variety suitable for agroforestry systems is of paramount importance, that has to be prioritized. So the future prospects, one can see that the agroforestry research has to address some of the following questions. So which tree crop site combinations are characterized by synergetic interactions? So what is the appropriate tree crop site combinations for particular site, which tree, which crop is very much essential. Then what extension methods are most effective for promotion of climate smart agroforestry systems. Then which agroforestry systems support healthy ecologically functional landscapes, because that is also very, very important, because the agroforestry system which is ecologically, which is healthy and ecologically functional for the entire landscape, that has to be, considered. How can ecosystem services delivery through agroforestry systems be optimized? That need to be understood. How will agroforestry species respond to climate change? That is also another important area that need to be considered. Are adaptation benefits from agroforestry greater than those of alternative land uses? So how, if at all, can smallholder farmers benefit from carbon payments or payment for ecosystem services that agroforestry provides? So all these unanswered questions need to be addressed in our agroforestry research. So to conclude, the research in forestry and agroforestry is of paramount importance and has direct application in meeting the societal and environmental needs. Many of the emerging areas of research have emerged from the original fields of research, namely silviculture, utilization, and economics. And such areas need to be developed further with strong base. The consolidated efforts are needed to address the demand of the society through appropriate coordinated research program to attain evergreen revolution in the country. Thank you. With this, I conclude my talk. So it is open for discussion. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Hegde. I think for narrating excellently all the research and knowledge gap that is available in the forestry and agroforestry sector. I think you have touched each and every corner, starting from tree improvement up to the what is called as agroforestry system. It's really an eye opener. Particularly because these are all for graduates, scholars conference. Definitely, whatever the ideas you have thrown in, that will be the base for these boys and girls. Simultaneously, all the faculty members who are watched also, they will also be enlightened. Thank you very much for having presented thoroughly. Like what are the challenges? What the country like India really needs in forestry and agroforestry sector in terms of research. And thank you very much for all the efforts for having joined us. And on behalf of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, on behalf of organizing committee, particularly the School of Postgraduate Studies, on my own behalf, I wholeheartedly thank you very much for having accepted the invitation and deliberated the issues of the real research and research needs of forestry and agroforestry sector in the country. Thank you, Dr. Hegde. We hope join in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Kumaran. I think Kumaran, as I said earlier, I'm just leaving the meeting. Please conduct the proceedings and whatever the needs by Dean School of Postgraduate Studies, please conduct the proceedings and submit the evaluation pattern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think we'll start the presentations of the students. First, I can call upon Deepak Krishna. And for a video. Yeah, the topic given to you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So my topic is about success and alternate tree species for plywood utility, sir.
Okay, you can start with the presentation and have the time limitations.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start. You can confirm with the presenter. Krishna, is it visible for you?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay, you can start. Your time is 10 minutes. Yes, keep on your time.
Okay. Respected Dean, heads of the department, and the faculty members, and my friends, good evening to one and all present here. I am here to present about success and alternate tree species for plywood utility. So, next slide, please. So, next slide.
You want second slide, right? Introduction.
Sir,
Okay, second slide is the screen. Are you able to-
yeah, sir, it's visible. Sir. Yeah, this study is carried out to meet out the plywood demand and the process of giving an alternate tree species for plywood utility in short rotation. Objective is to assess the plywood properties of Ailanthus excelsa and to standardize the wood dimension of Ailanthus excelsa for plywood production. Ailanthus excelsa is commonly known as tree of heaven and it belongs to the family of Cyberubaceae. So next slide, please. Next slide, sir.
Actually, we change it here. Wait, oh, 2 seconds. Deepak, whether your slides are visible?
Sir, it's in introduction slide, sir.
Okay, we have already done that from our side. Probably wait for some time. It might take few minutes to load the slides. Okay, once we proceed with the third slide, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Is it visible right now?
So it is still in, yeah, yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Please go ahead.
Although timber is the principal raw material for manufacturing of plywood, all the timber species are not suitable for large manufacturing of plywood. The wood of mature Ailanthus tree is proven for its quality of cabinet work and other types of interior work in house construction. Considering the properties of Ailanthus wood and especially the properties of plywood in various literature. Methodology. Next slide, please. Ailanthus excelsa of 10 years old trees were selected and the logs were categorized into 3 growth classes. We have taken an Ailanthus tree and the tree of logs were converted into 3 growth classes, mainly 30 to 45 centimeter, 45 to 90 centimeter, 90 to 120 centimeter with 4 replications. We did a studies on physical properties of wood such as green wood density, dry wood density, moisture content, and physical properties of plywood such as thickness, swelling, water absorption, density, and mechanical properties of wood such as static bending strength, tensile parallel to grain, tensile perpendicular to grain, compression parallel to grain, compression perpendicular to grain, and mechanical properties of plywood such as modulus of elasticity across the grain, modulus of rupture across the grain, modulus of elasticity along the grain, and modulus of rupture along the grain. Next slide, please. So next slide. Yeah, salient findings. Physical properties of Ailanthus excelsa was taken among the 3 growth classes. Treatment 3, that is 90 to 120 centimeters, showed the significantly higher green wood density when compared to other growth classes. Some trend was noticed for the dry wood density. The reverse trend was observed in moisture content of wood, where it was lower in treatment 3 and higher in treatment 1. It is because wood density value increased gradually with increase in growth size. And next is mechanical property. So next slide, please. So next slide, please. And next is about mechanical properties of Ilanthus excessa wood. It was observed that the static bending strength improves with increase in grit size. The result revealed that the trends parallel to the grain increase with increase in breadth of the wood. Among the three grit classes, significantly higher static bending strength was recorded in treatment 3 when compared to treatment 2 and 1. Wood that has a high modulus of elasticity indicates that it is difficult to bend. Compressive strength increases with increase in grit size. So next slide, please. So next slide, please. Next, we'll see about physical properties of Ilanthus excessa plywood. The dimensional stability of plywood closely related to the thickness, welding, water absorption, and density. Thickness was minimum in treatment 3 and maximum in treatment 1. The water absorption of Ilanthus was significantly low in treatment 3 when compared to other treatments. The variation in water absorption attributed to the difference in cellulose and hemicellulose content in Ilanthus wood. The density of plywood was directly proportional to the grit classes, where significantly highest density was obtained in treatment 3 and lowest in treatment 1. So next slide, please. So next slide, please. Veneer recovery and veneer shrinkage in Ilanthus excelsa. On the study, we conclude that the veneer recovery in different grit classes of Ilanthus was assessed, and it shows that the significant difference in veneer recovery among the three grit classes. The maximum veneer recovery, 60.95%, was obtained in 90 to 120 centimeter and minimum of 45.92% in 30 to 45 centimeter. According to the veneer shrinkage, treatment 3 recorded minimum shrinkage with a value of 4.75 as against the 5.82 in treatment 1. For all the parameter, there was an increase in value with increase in grit size. It may be due to the reason that as grows continuously, wood changes from the juvenile to mature. The strength properties also gets improved. When the wood changes from the juvenile to mature period, the grit classes increases. This may cause a good veneer recovery stage, and the tree is very suitable when the recovery stage is above 60% and the veneer shrinkage is below 5%. So next slide, please. Mechanical properties of Ilanthus excelsa. The modulus of rupture and the modulus of elasticity are the paramount parameter for the use of plywood as a structural material. The modulus of rupture is an indication of blending strength of plywood, whereas modulus of elasticity is an indication of stiffness. Modulus of elasticity across the grain was significant, maximum in treatment 3 and minimum in treatment 1. Similar trend was obtained in modulus of elasticity along the grain. Modulus of rupture across the grain of Ilanthus plywood was maximum in treatment 3 and modulus of rupture along the grain as the similar trend. The higher plywood strength of grit class may be due to higher density, as there is possible correlation between density and mechanical property. Higher density has an influence on modulus of rupture. The glue shear strength of Ilanthus plywood was significantly higher in treatment 3 than the treatment 1 and 2. So next slide, please. Among the three grit classes, treatment 3, that is 90 to 120 centimeters, showed the significant higher gradient density when compared to other grit classes, because when the wood is from the juvenile period to mature period, the growth class increases, and in the growth class increases, the modulus of elasticity and the modulus of rupture increases. And then Islanthus excelsa has a maximum very recovery of 60.95% and minimum very shrinkage of 4.5% and the medium density of 711 kilogram per meter cube. And as Islanthus excelsa would as a nearby physical and mechanical properties to the Indian standard of 1708, it could be used as a medium density plywood as a core veneer. Thank you, sir.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
It was a presentation topic. I have one
Sir?
question. Are you audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yeah, one question I have. Normally, LLS exercise is meant for matches.
Yes, sir.
How it is used as compared to magnitude, which is beneficial in terms of its economical. Any idea?
Sir? So,
Whether it can be used as a plywood or a matchwood. It's commercially viable.
sir, it is commercially for both purposes. For maximum, they are using only for matchwood, sir. But on this study, we can even use Islanthus for a plywood purpose, sir, because it is commercially in short period of time, which is known as short rotation, and it core veneer is made from this, sir.
But you have not done any economical comparison.
Sir, I have not done any economical comparison, sir, but this study actually conclude that Islanthus can be an alternate species for plywood utility, because this Islanthus can be harvested within 10 years, and that growth class size can be used for plywood manufacturing, sir.
Any other questions, anybody?
Deepak, there is a question from the participant. Okay, you please respond to the question.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Deepak. That was nice presentation.
Ma'am, voice is not audible, ma'am.
Hello.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Is my voice is audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
As Deepak, that's a nice presentation. I have one question to ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me the reason that you have mentioned 3 treatments and density has been increased when the treatments getting size increases? Can you tell me the reason for the increase of the mechanical properties? Like what will be the reason for the increase of the mechanical properties? Hello?
Deepak, are you clear with the question, or you wanted to ask the question once?
Sir, I got the question, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
When the wood attains the maximum stage, the growth classes increases, ma'am. When wood that has a high modulus of elasticity, it is difficult to bend, and we cannot make a plywood, ma'am, in a short growth classes. So, with growth classes above 90 to 130 centimeters are more suitable for making plywood, ma'am.
And what about the chemical properties? Cellulose chemistry, have you tested the chemical properties of that wood?
No,
Because
ma'am, I have done it for physical and mechanical properties, ma'am, for both wood and plywood.
Okay, the density gets increased, your mechanical property gets increased. That is the conclusion we are making.
Ma'am?
Can you understand my question, sir?
Ma'am, come once again, ma'am.
You told at the conclusion like if the density gets increased, like density is increasing, so mechanical properties also get increased. Right, sir?
Ma'am, when the density increases, the wood moisture content will be decreased, ma'am. So,
Okay.
mechanical property can be increased, ma'am.
So density increases, the moisture content.
Moisture content in wood will be decreased, ma'am.
How? Because density increase is responsible due to the presence of pore spaces in the cell also. So increase of water will be more.
Ma'am, come once again.
Your question is the density is directly related to mechanical properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deepak.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this kind opportunity. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you.
I think our next speaker is Saranya Kumar.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to the co-chairpersons. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Please go ahead, Saranya.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to co-chairpersons, Dr. K. Kumaran, sir, and Dr. M. Prashant Rajan, sir, and the organizing committee, and one and all who are connected to this oral presentation of 7th Agricultural Graduate Students Conference, AGSC 2021. Can I get my slides, sir? Myself, R. Saranya Kumari, doing 2nd MSc Forestry in the Department of Forest Biology and Tree Improvement.
Is it visible for you?
No, sir, it is not visible. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. Thank you. And my topic regarding my research work is evaluation of growth performance of Bixo L progenies under nursery condition. My co-authors are Dr. K. Kumaran, Dr. P.S. Devanan, and Dr. R. Ravi. Next slide, please. And coming to the introduction part, next slide, sir. Sir, it is not visible still.
We already changed here. We add in internet connection only wait for index. If it is changing name, we can start.
Okay, sir. Ma'am, it is not visible, ma'am. It is still in the first slide.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, it is visible now. Yes, just now. Coming to the introductory portion of my research work, we are talking about the species Bixo orlena, which comes under the genus Bixa under the family Bixaceae. This genus Bixa is comprises of 5 accepted species according to Plant List 2019. They are Bixa arborea, Bixa excelsa, Bixa platycarpa, Bixa urucurana, and Bixa orlena. Bixo orlana is the most commercial and exploited species among the 5 accepted species. We all know that dyeing is our tradition and it is as old as our Indus Valley civilization. The natural dyes are being extracted from the plants and there is no intense mechanism or extraction is being involved. The demand on natural dyes are being increased day to day. Still now, the demand on natural dyes is having the money value of about 5 million, that is 5 billion US dollars. And this Bixo orlana dye could be a better source and an alternative one for meet out the increasing dye demand. And this Bixo orlana is having a pigments of two, that is apocarotenoids of bixin and another one is orlin. This bixin is a reddish orange colored pigment and the orlin is an yellow colored pigment. These two is having a high values in the case of food industries, cosmetic as well as the medicinal values. And this color being extracted from the bixin is being recognized as the safe one, and the acceptable daily intake of the particular bixin is considered to be 0 to 12 mg per kg of body weight as per the recommendations of food and agricultural organizations. Next slide, sir.
Hello.
Ma'am?
We changed the slide. Are you able to see it? Mitigation methods.
Yes, ma'am.
Once you
And
find
coming to the next, it is visible, ma'am.
okay.
And coming to the materials and methodology of my particular study, we have used the appropriate method of tree selection, that is plus tree selection as per Zobel. Plus trees are the phenotypically superior trees which are not genetically tested. We have done this plus tree selection in the even age stands of various locations of Tamil Nadu and Telangana. From that, we have selected 20 plus trees and we have raised progenies from the seed base of the plus trees, and we have given the progeny code for the particular progenies as TNBI00. We have also evaluated the growth performance of these progenies for 4 growth periods, that is especially 45 days after sowing and 60 days, 135 days and 180 days after sowing. The experimental location of this particular study involves the nursery complex of the Department of Forest Biology and Tree Improvement. And in our study, we have included 20 treatments, that is the 20 progenies, and we have 3 replication. Ma'am, please change the slide. And in each replication, we have 25 seedlings, and the statistical design that we have been using are completely randomized block design, and the statistical software that we are employed is TNAU start. The growth parameters that we have included in this study includes the shoot length, polar diameter, root length, number of leaves, Sturdiness Quotient and volume index as per Krishna Kumar 2019.
Suppose take 30 seconds. Remember the next slide. 30 seconds. Automatically other slides.
And yes, coming to the results, and we could see the growth performance of those progenies in the 4 growth periods, that is 45 days from up to 180 days. Next slide, please. And here you could see the variations in the case of shoot length as well as the root length, that is the growth performance of the particular seedlings in 4 different growth periods. Here we have taken the 6 parameters, that is growth parameters. And coming to the results. Next slide, ma'am. Yes, here we have taken the 6 growth parameters, and the first one is the shoot length. Here we could see the range of the shoot length from 5 centimeter up to 11 centimeter in the 45 days after sowing. Similarly, it is showing the variations for 20 progenies in each and different growth periods. We all know that the planting stock quality assessment should be done majoritarily based on the height of the seedling, that is the shoot length, and as well as the collar diameter. Increased height growth with initial height, that is with initial increased height, could be considered as the universal phenomena. Similarly for collar diameter. Next slide, ma'am. Collar diameter. This collar diameter could be a best single predictor for all field survival as well as the growth of the seedling. This collar diameter have been ranged from 0.1 centimeter and up to 0.77 centimeter in the 4 growth periods. Similarly, the root length. We usually don't go for the maximum length of a root. We always go for the better measure of the particular root length for fibrous root system, that is the distribution of root system, which ensures the larger surface area for absorption of water and minerals. This contributes to fibrosity or absorptive measure of the particular root. And the fourth parameter is, next slide.
Friendly water system. Protect the system. That's why it takes time. You could have copied information based on the system. That is why you have to control it.
Yes, coming for the fourth parameter, that is number of leaves. The number of leaves have been changed from 13 in number, that is the maximum in the case of 45 days after sowing, and it is grown up to 45 leaves in the case of 180 days after sowing. This number of leaves is always correlated with the height. We know that leaves have performing the various functions, starts from the positive of photosynthesis up to the necessary evil transpiration, but highly the number of leaves are not correlated with the survival or the survival percentage of the particular seedlings in the field condition. Coming to the fifth parameter, that is the sturdiness quotient. We have the sturdiness quotient has a wide range of changes from the 45 days and up to the 180 days after sowing. Thus, the sturdiness quotient starts from 31.50 in number and up to it has been extended to 68.32 in number. Next slide. This sturdiness quotient is always correlated with vigor or robustness of the particular seedling to the survival in the field condition. Whenever there is a high in sturdiness quotient, it desires to undesirable spindly stalk. And the sixth parameter is the volume index, which could be measured in centimeter cubes. Still, we have taken collar diameter and shoot length in centimeter. This volume index has been changed from 0.65 centimeter cube in the 45 days after sowing up to 26.13 centimeter that has been recorded in the progeny TNBI 003. From this all six parameters and 4 growth periods, we have similar progenies that have been significant positive values as well as they have significant contribution in the case of growth performance. Next slide. Sir, it is not changed.
You want discussion slide.
Sir, I can't understand, sir.
Discussion slide. You want discussion slide, right?
Sir, no, sir, it is still in the table. Volume index table.
Currently, I wait for some more time. Hardly really takes time to change the slide. Those we are doing from our side, it takes time for you to view. It may take 30 to 40 seconds every time we do.
Okay,
So wait for some time. Once you notice the
Okay, sir.
slides your requirement, you can continue
Okay,
this.
sir. Okay, sir. And coming to the discussion part, so far we have seen the growth variations in the seedlings from the day of sowing and up to the 6-month-old seedlings. Here we come to the discussion that the soil and climatic condition of the particular species plays vital role among the creation of variability among the genotypes as well as in the nursery growth also. The growth performance of the particular seedlings is also attributed to the seed characters, that is the seeds that we have been selected from the plus trees. And next slide, sir. The nursery growth performance is always forecasting about the good establishment of the particular seedling in the plantation conditions. Here, we could state that from the results, that is TNBI 008, that is the progeny, which showed a significant superiority in growth traits such as shoot length, collar diameter, root length, number of leaves, and volume index. Similarly, the TNBI 003, which is another progeny, which exhibited better performance in traits such as shoot length, collar diameter, and volume index as well. We all know that the genetic improvement through progeny evaluation can play an important role in improving productivity, yield, quality, as well as the profitability. The dynamics of tree improvement is always depending upon the selection, evaluation, and observation. Here we can see the two progenies which consistently repeated or are repeatedly showing superiority or better performance in the case of growth traits. And yes, that is what the conclusion we could say that these two progenies could be promising progenies for further tree improvement program, that is TNBI 003 and TNBI 008. These two progenies could be utilized and could be said as a quality planting stock. Next slide, sir. For the plantation establishment as well. We have gone for a seed-based progenies, that is because the seeds could be said as a proven sources, or it should be a backbone of any successful improvement program in contradictory to using clone. And here, in order to adapt the strategies of good improvement, here we have used the amount of genetic variation that has been provided or that has been presented in the plus trees that we have selected. And here, these two progenies could be utilized for further plantation establishment in order to meet out the increasing dye demand. As I have already stated in the introductory slide, the menu value of natural dye demand is $5 billion US at present. And here we have used this progenies as a base trial, and this could be acted as a base population also in order to provide the improved seeds for production of new plants, and also to convert this as another important step for the next improvement program of the particular species, Bixo-Orlena. And the next slides that showing will be the references that we have quoted for the particular study. And finally, I just want to conclude this session using one quote. The one who plants a tree always plants a hope for the better tomorrow and also for a sustainable future. Thank you all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity for presenting my paper in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. It was nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It's over to us. Any questions? are no questions, I think we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you, Saranya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Manimaran.
Yes, sir. So, good evening to chairperson, co-chairpersons. Good evening to one and all present here. Today, my presentation topic is the flowering response of tamarind, different tamarind clones to pruning under the high density plantation. Next slide. First of all, the introduction. The tamarind is a long rotational multi-purpose tree with a large crown, evergreen or the semi-evergreen trees. It grows up to the 20 to 30 centimeter tall with a thick trunk circumference over the 8 meter. In generally, the tamarind plantation are raised from seeds, which is the conventional method, which make it difficult to achieve a desired level of the production due to huge trees producing the poor yield per unit area and requiring the considerable labor. This not possible to plant a tamarind tree with a conventional method. So, but nowadays the tamarind high yielding cloning variety is also becoming popular because of the yearly bearing of the tamarind clones. And next one is the high density planting, which is this concept of the high density planting of horticulture crops has gained tracking as the amount of the cultivable lands continues to dwindle, as well as the rising energy taxes and the production cost and the land cost, all of which contributing to the rising demand for the horticulture products. But in case for tamarind, it takes several years to bear the fruits. The overall cost of the production per unit area rises, and the extension of the roads and also leads the cutting of the roadside tamarind, which causes the reduction in the production area. So we go for high density planting of the tamarind. Tamarind for high production in shorter period of the tamarind. That this tamarind pruning is a key effect. It induces the emergence of the maximum number of secondary and the tertiary branches on vigorous shoot. This can be achieved when the pruning is done at the right time with right intensity. What pruning does for flowering, which is used to prevent this abortion of the inflorescence in the first branching events. It prevents the abortion of the inflorescence, particularly those produced in the first branching events. The many researchers under the findings have concluded that outcome of the pruning on flowering and its effect on subsequent fruit yield under the growth. But out of this, this tamarind shows the extensive variation in characteristics such as the foliage and the flower production, the flower color, the fruit size, the fruit pulp yield and wood quality in different areas. With the foregoing in the mind, the current research aims to increase the tamarind productivity via the pruning techniques in high density plantation in shorter term of the period with high yielding clones. Next slide. Materials and method. This is the tamarind clones which I assembled here is the Asanur 6, the Asanur 9, the Mullambadi PKM1 and Urigam, which is the high density plantation techniques with the spacing of the 3 into 3 meters. In that the pruning operation is standardized at the height of 4 feet for all the clones with the help of secateurs and long handle secateurs. For the study analysis, the ANOVA analysis is done in AGRES and Carl Pearson correlation is done with SPGS. Next slide. This photo shows the before pruning of tamarind clones, which is this is the 1.5 years old tamarind assemblage of the different clones. In that, next slide, sir. After that, the pruning with secateurs, long handle secateurs are the small secateurs we used to prune the clones, different clones. Next slide. After the pruning, this is the height of the standardized height, which is the 4 feet, which is amenable for easy picking of fruits after the fruiting period. So we standardized the pruning at the height of 4 feet. Next slide. these are the results which I get, which is the number of inflorescence per branch in Asanur. Asanur 6 is the 115 inflorescence per branches, followed by PKM1 and PKM1, Asanur 9 and Bullambadi. And the minimum number of inflorescence per branch is was observed in Urigam. Next, the Asanur 6, as such, the number of inflorescence per branch is high in Asanur 6. But for flower, maximum number of flower branches, the maximum in Asanur 6 and minimum in Urigam. Next slide. Next slide. These clones, there are different clones. They varied considerably in the number of the fruits and the fruit yield per tree, in which the Asanur 6, which is recorded the maximum yield of 9.05 kilogram per tree, followed by PKM1, the 5.20 kilogram per tree, the Asanur 9, which yields 2 kg per tree, and Mullambadi 1.3 kg per tree. That minimum fruit yield which was observed in Urigam, which is 0.1 kilogram per tree, which shows it is the less showing the less response to the pruning in high density plantation. Next slide. These are the correlation studies in which this fruit yield, which show the positive correlation with the average number of the sprouts. After the average number of the sprouts per branches, the number of inflorescence, the number of fruits with the R value of 0.997, 0.970 and 0.967, which is significant at the 0.01 level. But also the number of branches and the average length of the branch showed some significant positive correlation with the R value of 0.875 and 0.83. Next slide. And this image shows that the initiation of the bud after the pruning. And after the pruning, there is some initiation of the bud from the pruned clones. Initiation of the buds takes place. Next slide. After that, the flowering in high density plantation. After that bud formation, within 30 to 45 days, that flower initiation takes place in high density plantation. This flower initiation is the more in Asanur 6 clones. Next slide. This is the fruiting which is observed in high density planting of the tamarind in Asanur 6. Next slide. This graph shows that fruit yield in the different genotypes, which is the Asanur 6 gives 9 kg of 9 kg fruit per tree. The minimum in Urigam, which yields the 0.10 kilogram per tree. Next slide. What are the conclusion is to be we go for tamarind high density plantation for the tamarind because to reduce the labor cost for harvesting. This is the main motto. Next one is to increase the tamarind productivity in a shorter term of the period with high yielding clones, because the tamarind grown with the conventional techniques, it takes the more time to bear the fruits, bear the tamarind fruits. So we go to increase the tamarind productivity. We go for high density plantation is very amenable for more productivity. Then after that, for maintaining the certain height for a long period, we have to prune. Annual pruning is necessary to maintain the plant in a productive state and to produce the quality fruits. We go for high density planting for tamarind. Thank you, sir.
What's the area of the clones for your statements?
Sir?
What's the area of the clones that are influenced your statements?
Sir, the collected from Asanur. Asanur.
No, area of the clones where you are imposed your statements.
Sir, in the precision silviculture field, sir, Forest College and Research Institute.
Area of the plants, the tamarind. What's the age at which you impose the pruning treatments?
Sir, hello, sir.
Animaran, are you receiving the information?
Sir, no, sir, I am not audible. Sir.
Okay, what was the age of the plantation that you have taken for your study?
Age of the plant, which is collected from forest department, sir, clones, which is collected from forest department.
Amaran, the age of the tree?
Sir, this is 2.5 years, sir. This is assembled.
What's the average fruit yield of this stage in tamarind?
Sir, for in conventional method, the big trees yield up to 180 to 210 kgs per tree, sir. But in case of the high density planting, our aim is to 10 to 15 kgs per tree is yield per tree, sir.
Whether it will be economical?
Yes, sir, it is economical, sir. Not only the pulp is not our aim is to not only considering the pulp, the seed is the more economical part, sir, because the seed gum is not exposed as much now to increase the seed gum quality. It is the economical, while going for tamarind for high density planting is the more economical, sir.
Manimaran, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What is the spacing that you have followed for your plantation?
Sir, 3 into 3 meters.
Will it be okay for high density plantation? 3 meter by 3 meter?
Sir, annually we pruning, sir. So it is enough for 3 into 3 meters, sir. For easy management to assemblage of more plants per acre, it is the optimum space for tamarind.
Okay, very good. But how come your high density plantation reduces the labor cost?
Sir, it is the easy picking of fruits, sir. While going for the bigger trees, per day the laborers picking only the 2 trees, sir. But with the help of the 2 laborers, we picking a whole plantation in 1 or 2 days, sir.
Okay, Manimaran.
Thank you, Manimaran, for your nice.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bhagyalakshmi, ready?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
I can start.
Respected chairman and respected co-chairmen and faculty members and student friends, good evening to everyone present here. India is a major wood consumer in Asian Pacific region. India meets the domestic wood demand from the natural forest until 1980. Whenever the enactment of Forest Conservation Act 1980, so next slide, sir. Whenever the enactment of Forest Conservation Act 1980 and the National Forest Policy 1988, the wood-based industries procure the raw material from tree outside forest. It requires the quality planting material to raise the tree outside forest. Teak is the one of the important timber species in Asian continent, but the teak seeds generally germinate to the tune of around 35 to 45%. The seeds shows a certain degree of dormancy, making it difficult to germinate. The main cause of delay in the germination of teak seed is thick pericarp, which does not soften sufficiently for the embryo cells to open. Hence, it requires a pre-treatment of the seed is needed to break this dormancy. Beside this issue, the tea crop is characterized by good and bad seed years in many locations, which create operational difficulties in meeting the annual targets of teak plantations across the country. On the other hand, the proposed miniclonal technology is a viable option to overcome the above issues, and it is a viable option to meet the demand of the quality planting material with the shortest possible time with a high uniformity. Next slide, sir. Sir, next slide.
Your slides are changing?
No, sir.
Which slide is visible exactly to you?
Sir, second slide, sir.
Could you please
Introduction slide.
fellow? Whether the slide statistical design is visible to you?
No, sir.
Yes or no?
No, sir. It
Please
is in
go ahead.
now it is visible, sir.
Please go ahead.
Statistical design used for the study was completely randomized design. Replication was used 3. Number of plants per replication used for 15. And the cutting size treatment was 5. Next slide, sir. Yes, sir. The objective of the paper. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Objective of the paper is to standardize the cutting size for miniclonal propagation of teak. Here, 3 to 10 centimeter length of branch cuttings were collected from the identified plus trees, Cyabri provenance and NTP local variety. Then the cuttings were treated with different rooting hormones and a rooting medium. Then the cuttings were kept under the controlled conditions. After 60 days, the clones were developed. From using these clones, we developed the mother clonal garden. From this mother clonal garden, we collected different length of the cuttings. From treatment 1 to treatment 5, 2 centimeter to up to 8 to 10 centimeter length of the cuttings were collected from the mother garden. Then the cuttings were treated with IB at 6000 ppm. Then the cuttings were placed under the carpet as a rooting media. So next slide, sir.
Mobile phone or laptop.
Then the cuttings were kept under the control conditions. Here, the misting frequency was maintained 60 seconds per 30 minutes, and the relative humidity was maintained 60 to 80%. In the daytime, the temperature was maintained nearly 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. In nighttime, it was 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. After 45 days, the growth parameters were observed. So, for next slide, sir. After 45th day, the following parameters were observed: rooting percents, number of roots per cutting, root length, survival percent, and vigor index. So next slide, sir. So next slide. The process, now let's see the salient findings of the paper. This slide shows the effect of cutting size on growth performance of Tectona grandis. The process of adventitious root formation is influenced by number of internal and external factors. Among the internal factors, the most important role is ascribed to phytochromes, especially the axins. Generally, axins have a certain role in root initiation, and it controls the growth and development, including the lateral root initiations. And then we use exogenous application of axins that increase the root initiations and lateral roots, and that it control the lateral root developments. Here, the rooting percent, root length, number of roots per cuttings, and survival percent and vigor index, it is significantly varied due to the different sized cuttings. In rooting percents, in the values ranged between 72.46% to 96.16%. It is was the maximum rooting percent was observed in 2 to 4 centimeter length of the cuttings. In root length, the values ranged between 5 to 17 centimeter length. The maximum was observed in 2 to 4 centimeter length of the cuttings. In number of roots per cuttings, the values ranged between 5 to 9 number of roots per cuttings. Here, this might be because of air temperature and relative humidity, age of the donor plants, and stock plant etiolations. And it may be due to the application of the exogenous application of the axins and a different length of the cutting size. Then the survival percent. Here the value is ranged between 77 to 91%. Here, this might be due to the juvenile cuttings. Here we are using the juvenile plants, apical shoot with single nodal cuttings and apical shoot with double node cuttings. And then vigor index. Vigor index is highly maximum in 4 to 6 centimeter length of the cutting. That was 1996. It is influenced by the rooting person and total length of the cuttings. Here, this slide shows the effect of cutting size on number of roots per cuttings. Among the different length of the cuttings, 4 to 6 centimeter length of the cuttings shows maximum number of roots. Next slide, sir. Presently, no such protocols are available for clonal propagation of teak. Hence, this study standardized the cutting size, which is formed to be promising method for mass multiplication of quality planting material with shortest possible time, with a high success rate that has the potential to replace the conventional seed propagation in teak. Here, the study concluded that teak cuttings of 4 to 6 centimeter length, when treated with IBA at 6000 ppm and raised in a coirpith as a rooting media, it registered the successfully propagated teak propagation through mini clonal technology. Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one video. If it is possible, please play the video, sir.
How long it is?
Sir, one minute, sir.
Next slide, go to the next slide. Bhagyalakshmi, have you shared the videos in your slides when you are submitting to the SPGS?
Yes, sir. I given to that
Organizer.
yes, sir.
Oh, yes, you click on it. Oh, no.
I should be okay, no issue, Bhagyalakshmi. You're not able to do that.
Okay.
Presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no questions. We'll go to the next speaker. Krishnamurthy, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can start. Krishnamurthy,
Sir.
slide is visible for you?
Sir, no, sir. It's not visible, sir.
First, close for data.
Yes, sir. Now it's visible, sir.
Yeah, you can start.
Good evening to one and all present here. My webinar topic is Studies on Seasonal Variation in Water Quality of Willowed Bird Sanctuary, Erode, Tamil Nadu. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Coming to the introductory part. First of all, what is wetland? Wetland is an area of marsh, fen, peatland or water, whether natural or artificial, permanent or temporary with water, that is static or flowing, fresh, brackish, or it's including the marine water. And the depth of the wetland does not exist to 6 meters. Compared to other ecosystem, wetland ecosystem is a highly complex ecosystem because of the various interaction of soil, water, atmosphere, and biosphere. Wetland ecosystem is the second most productive ecosystem next to the tropical rainforest. Wetland. Next slide. Oh, okay. No. Introduction slide.
Mr. Murthy, which slide is exactly visible to you?
Yes, sir. So now it's visible, sir.
Yes.
Okay, exactly. Correct. Yes, sir. Wetland consists of a wealth of our biodiversity. At the global level, the wetland ecosystem cover around 6% of the total geographical area, and the peatland covers half of the areas of wetlands. The discharge of sewage and agriculture runoff are the two major factors for entering various nutrients and also it increasing some other nutrients and increasing the toxic materials of that particular wetland ecosystem, and also it resulting into the death of those particular ecosystem. The health of the wetland is directly related to the water quality of particular ecosystem. Therefore, the analyzing or quantification of physiochemical parameters of wetland is necessary for assessing the wealth and the health of that particular ecosystem. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Coming to the Mitigation method part, this study was conducted on the water quality parameters of the Willowed Bird Sanctuary of Erode from July 2019 to May 2020. The total area of that Willowed Bird Sanctuary is 77.185 hectares, and it is declared as a Willowed Bird Sanctuary in the year of 1997. The source of the water for this sanctuary is seepage of the Lower Bhavani Canal project. The water samples were collected randomly at 5 places in Willowed Bird Sanctuary at the monthly interval, and it's monthly intervals, and it's connected to 3 seasons. One is monsoon season, winter season, and summer season. The physiochemical parameters of Willowed Bird Sanctuary. The analysis of physiochemical parameters of Willowed Bird Sanctuary was done by the guidelines of American Public Health Association procedure. Then coming to the result part, these graphs clearly indicate that the maximum value of pH electric conductivity were recorded in the summer season, and the minimum value of pH was recorded in winter season, and the minimum value of electric conductivity was recorded in the monsoon season. The increase of photosynthetic rate of aquatic plants, phytoplankton, and microvegetation in summer season, and more dilution of soluble salts ion induced by the high rainfall might be the reason for increasing the pH and electric conductivity in summer season. Next slide, please. Then total dissolved solids and total hardness. The total dissolved solids and total hardness values were maximum recorded in summer season, and the minimum value of total dissolved solids were recorded in monsoon season, and minimum value of total hardness were recorded in winter season. The increasing temperature, high evaporation rate, decreasing water level, and the deposition of calcium and magnesium salt might have increasing the total dissolved solids and total hardness in summer season. Then the dissolved oxygen, biological oxygen demand, and chemical oxygen demand. The results shown that the dissolved oxygen and chemical oxygen demand where values were recorded maximum in monsoon season and minimum value were recorded in summer season. The agriculture runoff, discharge of sewage, and vigorous mixing of rainfall water were the main reason for increasing the chemical oxygen demand and dissolved oxygen in monsoon season. The maximum biological oxygen demand was recorded in summer season, and minimum value was recorded in monsoon season. Because of the human activity, most of the microbes accelerated the metabolic activities with the concentrated amount of organic matter. Because of this reason only, the BOD value was higher in summer season. Next, okay. Then nitrate, phosphate, chlorides, and sulfate. The maximum value of nitrate and phosphate were recorded in monsoon season, and minimum values were recorded in summer season. The entry of agriculture runoff, domestic manure, leaching out of fertilizer and pesticides, discharge of sewage and domestic manures, and increasing the human activities might be the reason for increasing the nitrate and phosphate in monsoon season. Then chloride and sulfate. The maximum value of chloride and sulfate were recorded in summer season, and minimum value were recorded in monsoon season. The high temperature in summer season with continuous high evaporation and exploitation of sulfate through aquatic plants might be the reason for increasing the chloride and sulfates in summer season. Next slide, please. Next slide. Then calcium, magnesium, and sodium. The highest value of calcium, magnesium, sodium were recorded in monsoon season, and a minimum value of calcium, sodium values were recorded in summer season, and the minimum value of magnesium were recorded in the winter season. Due to the entry of precipitation runoff, the carrying of some agriculture fertilizer, pesticide residues, domestic sewages, domestic manures, and human activities might be the reason for increasing the calcium, magnesium, and sodium in monsoon season. Next slide. Coming to the correlation analysis, the study shown that the nitrate and phosphate values were having significant positive correlation with the biological oxygen demand and a negative correlation with the chemical oxygen demand. And also the calcium values were significant positive correlated with the BOD and negative correlated with the magnesium. And the biological oxygen demand values were showed significant positive correlation with the nitrate and phosphate and calcium, whereas the significant negative correlation with the COD and the sulfate. Next slide. Then conclusion. Comparison of physiochemical parameter of yellowed bird sanctuary with the permission limit for aquatic life. The calcium values in 3 season and the phosphate values in monsoon and winter season, and nitrate values in monsoon season were above the permission limit. Therefore, the study concludes that the yellowed bird sanctuary is moderately polluted or eutrophicated. These increasing the nutrient might be affecting the population and density of wetland avians and also other wetland depending communities in yellowed bird sanctuary. The discharge of sewage waste, domestic manure, agriculture runoffs, and human activities are the main reason for increasing the some particular nutrients in yellowed bird sanctuary. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Shanki. Presentation.
Yes.
If there are no questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Our oral presentation is over. We'll start poster presentation in 2 minutes. All the participants, you please stay connected. We'll be starting the poster presentation a short while. Deviki, are you connected? Deviki,
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear? Yes, okay. Is everyone? Right, okay.
Good evening to all. And my topic is about biomass productivity of plantation at different age gradation. This experiment was done in TNPL plantation at Kagitapuram. This eucalyptus species is native to Australia and it is belong to family Myrtaceae. This study is about biomass productivity at different age class of plantations. The experiment is done in a eucalyptus plantation of age varies from first year to 5th year old one. In this uh, in this experiment, I got results like if increase in various parameters like diameter at breast height and height growth, and canopy spread and plant spacing greatly influences increase in total biomass of individual tree and plantations. This experiment was based on factorial randomized black designs that various growth are measured by Hawk altimeter and volume of Quaterbrith formula and volume of cylinder for failed trees and standing trees respectively. The above ground biomass was measured by using a destructive sampling method. This we can the
Only
volume
2
of,
minutes. Only 2 minutes allowed for poster presentation. So kindly please conclude. Next presenters kindly stick on time.
like parameters like volume increased from 0.017 meter cube per tree to 0.077 meter cube in fifth year of age. Similarly, parameters like green weight, dry weight also increases from first year to final year, by which we can conclude that increase in growth and biomass productivity of trees depend on age of plantation.
Your time is over.
Thank you, sir.
Devaki?
Sir.
Yeah, and the age increases, biomass also increases. No? That is the normal fact. Then what is the uniqueness of your research?
Sir.
It's a known fact when the age increases, biomass also increases. What is your finding in this research?
So,
you know the answer or not? Okay, no issue. Huh? Thank you very much.
Soundarajan?
Sir, yes, sir.
Please go ahead, Soundarajan.
You have only 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Now I am going to present about assessing the carbon sequestration potential of eucalyptus plantation of different ages. Which is what is the carbon sequestration? Which is the process of capturing and storing atmospheric carbon dioxide. The investment in forestry sector to store carbon in trees and forestry is one of the viable option for offsetting the gases released by fossil fuel burning and mitigation the potential effect of global warming. And coming to the materials and method, in eucalyptus plantation was undertaken to 1 to 5 year old plantations. There are two different soil depths, 0 to 15 centimeter and 15 to 30 centimeters. After that, carbon estimation in biomass was carried in two methods. One is the carbon fraction as the 50% biomass. Second one is the assessment of carbon content percentage. In the total biomass carbon, we calculate the sum of three formulas: above ground mass, below ground mass, total biomass. In above ground mass, there is a formula component of above ground mass into carbon content. Below ground mass, there is a component of below ground biomass into carbon content. Total biomass carbon stock is above ground biomass carbon plus below ground biomass carbon. In above ground biomass, there is a ground standing dry mass of leaf or dead matters like stem, leaves, branches. In below ground biomass, entire biomass of all living roots like next part is the results and discussions. First one is the carbon content in above ground biomass. In carbon content in above ground biomass, there is a significant difference in the carbon content between the age of plantations. At present, carbon content in stem wood divide is one year plantation is 40.20%. In 5 year old plantation is 48.97%. This data is depicted the carbon content of stem wood increase with an increase of age. Next is a carbon content in below ground biomass. In this biomass, the root carbon content of eucalyptus in 1 year old tree plantation is 28.77% of root carbon content. In 5 year old plantation, 45.96%. Next, total biomass carbon. Recently, the increased establishment of tree plantation on degradable lands because due to the anthropogenic problems in the tropics. However, the way of reducing the rate of increase in atmospheric CO2 in total biomass carbon was gradually increased with an increase of age. When carbon, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, your time is started now.
Yeah, good evening to one and all present here. I'm Dr. V. Priyanka, and I'm here to present on assessing the productivity and carbon sequestration potential of different aged Melia dubia plantations. So, as the theme suggests, my presentation is in relationship to the climate change. So, we all know that in the recent changes of the year, we are accustomed to climate change, and we are feeling the side effects of climate change. And a one-stop solution to this can be growing a fast-growing tree species. A fast-growing tree species are nothing but a tree that grows or that not less than 15 meter cube per year. So it has to have that kind of a growing capacity. So that is why we have chosen Melia dubia, which is an endemic tree species to India, which comes under the category of fast growing tree species, and it also has got multiple uses, and it can be integrated as a very good species in the agroforestry systems. The materials and methods taken were Melia dubia plantations at different ages from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And both the standing and the felled volume were calculated. After the calculation of the volume was done, the biomass estimation was done. That is for the carbon estimation. And we have also calculated by using the approximation of 50% of the biomass contains carbon. So the figure, it depicts clearly that from first year till 5 years, we can see a gradual increase in the carbon sequestration potential, both the above ground mass and the below ground mass. So it starts by 15 ton carbon per hectare per year. And at the 5th year, we can get a total carbon stock about 56.64 ton carbon per hectare. And coming to my conclusion, what I would like to conclude from my presentation is Melia dubia plantation has got a higher capacity of sequestering significant amount of carbon. Hence, this species can be integrated as a species in agroforestry, as we are talking about agroforestry, and the theme also suggests as such. So here I conclude that Melia dubia is the perfect species that can be integrated for a good carbon sequestration species as well as a
The time is
multidimensional
over.
species.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lilita Migay. Madam.
Hello.
Okay, you can start.
Hello, sir. Good evening, respective dignitaries on the dais. My research article is entitled on biochemical and early growth response of different teak genotypes under irrigated condition. So coming to my introduction, teak is considered as a king of timber, and it is the most aristocratic among the timber. So the India alone consumes more than 70 to 100% global teak plantation. So globally, the India ranks first in the consumption of teak wood. So in order to overcome this import of the teak from other countries, so we have to increase the increase the production of teak wood. So after the enhancement of National Forest Policy of 1988, the plantation forestry has become the primary sector for the for addressing the raw material for the forest-based industries. So now we have taken the teak wood for the study, and in order to start the genetic improvement study among the broader genetic base, we have been initiated the growth response of the early growth stages of the teak, which has been assembled in our Forest College and Research Institute, and it spacing followed is 3 into 3 meter with 3 replication, and irrigation is on daily based on the daily pan evaporator at meteorological observatory located at Forest College, and we have been assembled the 6 genotypes. The genotypes are Assam, Gujarat, and Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. The biometric observation has been taken at 2 intervals, 6 months and 12 months after planting. The parameters have been height and color girth, and the biochemical attributes like chlorophyll A, B, and the total chlorophyll and carotenoids have been estimated by the procedure given by Yoshidat. And coming to the result, the height is an important indicator of the growth and height. The maximum height has been attributed to the genotype of Gujarat, and it height is 4.1 meter, and it is ranged between the total height of the plantation is ranged between 3.5 to 4 meter, and the maximum collar girth is also secured by the Gujarat, and range of the collar girth among the plantation is 22 to 26 centimeter, and chlorophyll A has been secured mostly Kerala and Gujarat, and chlorophyll B by Gujarat, Neelam, and Assam. These three are on par with each other, and the total chlorophyll is by Assam and Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, and carotenoids by Gujarat and Assam. By coming to the discussion part, the main reason for the reduction of the growth and photosynthetic pigment is water deficit. So in our study, we have been imposed the Hello.
Hari Prasad, you can start now. Hari Prasad.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead, Hari Prasad.
Respected co-chair and respected chairman of the session, my warm good evening to all. My research paper is on regarding the comparative growth performance and ecological response of tree species, which is growing under intensive silviculture management practices. As everyone knows that as per the 1988 forest policy, third forest policy, the industry should produce their own raw material. So based on that, there are more farm forestry activities and industrial plantation activities has been promoted after 1988 forest policy. Based on that, after the initiatives, the farmers and the industries have rawly they are using the traditional way of silviculture management, and that has not been promoted in a growth manner. So by inducing the practices of precision silviculture and intensive silviculture practices in a regular manner will help in producing maximum biomass. It is not only helpful for the industries like pulpwood, plywood, or any other, it is also helpful in the timber industries also. That's why the work has been taken up, and the work has been taken at the Forest College and Research Institute. I have taken totally two category of species. One is short rotation forest and another one is long rotation species. In short rotation, it is Neolamarca cadamba, Acrocarpus, Gileadivia, and in long rotation, it is Teaks, Whiteinia, and Albertus. The parameters which was been studied in this study is biometric attributes, leaf photosynthesis and transpiration rate, and chlorophyll, and the biochemical parameters was also been studied. And here we have followed the design of two-factor analysis, because the two factors which we have been chosen as one is long rotation, short rotation, and another one is what are all the silviculture implications that we can be promoted for the earlier growth performance. That's the study has been carried out, and from the study, it has been clearly noted that the short rotation species, especially the Neolamarca cadamba, has exhibited a maximum biometric performance, and not well as in the biometric performance, it is also performed well in the means of photosynthetic activities also. That's and even though the Tectona grandis, it is a long rotation crop, it has been performing well in the earlier stage of its growth. So the species like Neolamarca cadamba, Melia has been very helpful in growing at an early stage with the maximum biomass. And the major findings of my study is that even though everyone knows that the short rotation forestry and long rotation forestry, short rotation forestry have a maximum biomass. The factor that majorly implies what is the difference is that, and what is the specific findings of my study is the photosynthesis activity and biochemical parameter that we have studied in this both rotation species. And we find that the short rotation species are performing well during their early stages and during the rotation period. But long rotation species, they are performing intermediate at the beginning, a very good beginning at the starting stage, and it has been the photosynthesis state and biochemical state will be very low during the water stage. Okay. From this, my conclusion of the study is that silviculture implication has helped in increasing the biomass as well as photosynthesis rate of the trees. Thank you.
Mitigation.
Sir?
You can proceed.
Yeah, okay, sir. Sir, I can't see the PowerPoint, sir.
Just wait for a moment.
Yeah, okay, sir, okay, sir.
Whether it is visible now?
No, sir. Yeah, it's visible, sir.
Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Yeah, okay, sir. Good evening, one and all. Today I am going to present on effect of different seed extraction methods on physical and physiological quality of teak. And teak is one of the important, most valuable timber in the world. It is mostly propagated through seeds. The main limitations of teak is delayed and sporadic germination due to presence of physical dormancy, that is hard endocarp. To overcome this problem, true seeds that present inside the drupe needs to be extracted. In order to address these issues, this experiment was conducted to develop a device to extract the true seeds from drupes without causing any mechanical damage to the true seeds. Materials and methods. In this experiment, 4 true seed extraction methods were tried, such as hammer mill mechanisms, 3-roller mechanism, press plate using auger mechanism, and manual methods were used. 1 kg of teak drupes were used to extract in above mentioned 4 methods. The extracted true seeds were determined the damage during extraction using physical, physiological, chemical, radiographical, and SEM methods. Among the 4 methods for true seed extraction, manual way of extraction recorded highest number of true seeds, that is 1071, but this take more time for extraction. That is 2.5 hours. In case of hammer mill power operated method, it takes only 4 minutes for extraction of 1 kg of teak drupes, but this method needs to be refinement to minimize the true seed damage. Seed extraction by hand operated plus press plate method recorded higher germination when compared to manual methods. SEM images of teak true seeds extracted through manual method having more damage compared to press plate extraction. Sir, thank you, sir.
Very good, perfect.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Bhargavi, you can proceed.
Sir, yes, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. My topic is on the effect of eucalyptus plantations on soil ecology. Eucalyptus is an evergreen tree species, and it is native to Australia and belongs to the family Myrtaceae. Generally, previous studies reported that eucalyptus plantations have a negative impact on the soil and physiochemical properties and soil organic matter. And so coming to the materials and methods, the soil samples were taken from 1 to 5 year old eucalyptus plantations with different soil depths from 0 to 15 centimeter and 15 to 30 centimeter at a distance of 0.5 meter and 1 meter. And The studies involved bulk density determination using core sample method, and infiltration was calculated using double ring infiltrometer. The pH and EC were estimated through soil water suspension in the ratio 1:2, and soil organic carbon was measured using wet chromic aid digestion method, and available nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium were also found. Further, the microbial population analysis were done using the soil samples collected at two different depths and at different distance, and the microbial population enumeration was done using serial dilution techniques. The results are as follows. There was a slight decrease in the bulk density of soil when age of the plantation increased from 1.28 milligram per cubic meter in 1 year and to 1.24 milligram per meter cube in 5-year-old plantations. And the reason for that being organic matter enrichment through plant biomass. And when the age increases, the soil bulk density decreases, while porosity and water holding capacity increased. And soil pH decreased over the period of time from 8.37 in 1-year-old plantations to 7.62 in 5-year-old plantations. The nitrogen increased is due to the transformation of organic nitrogen from inorganic nitrogen. And there was a significant increase in phosphorus over the ages, and plantations were observed due to the increased organic matter content. And the microbial analysis revealed that the microbial load increased with the age of the plants. And coming to the conclusion, there was an increasing trend in the soil available nitrogen due to the age factor, and the soil physiological properties including the bacteria, fungi, and actinomycetes populations were increased, and the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium were found above the surface layer and minimum of subsurface layer. So this concludes that there is a positive impact in the of eucalyptus. Thank you so much.
Mr. Karthikeyan, you please proceed. Karthikeyan. 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 Mohanraj.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead forward.
Good evening, one and all present here. My research topic is genetic diversity studies in Tuna ciliata progenies using the D-square analysis. So Tuna ciliata comes under the families called Miliaceae. It is commonly known as Chinese macaconii or Australian red cedar. So country like India facing the severe wood demand. So except the pulp and paper sector, country like India importing the all woods from the outside the country. So the importing of wood increases day by day. So to meet out the wood demand, we need to identify and screen the alternate fast-growing multi-purpose species. So Tuna ciliata is one among the best fast-growing and alternative species, which could be used for as a raw material for wood-based industries. So why we are choosing the D-square analysis for this study means the study of genetic diversity becomes more valuable in tree improvement program. So because it increases the chances of recovering the superior genotypes. So assessing the genetic divergence using the D-square statistics has been considered one of the most powerful technique for it with the help of the D-square analysis. So we can group the superior or individual may be legitimately be used to raise the profitable plantations to meet out the industrial wood demand. So we collected 16 progenies, 3 different states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Punjab, and we established a plantation at the Forest College and Research Institute. So coming to the conclusion part. So the D-square analysis classified the 16 progenies into the 5 clusters. So in the cluster 2 having the highest number of progenies, which is resolved the 9 progenies, and the cluster 1 had the 3 progenies, and whereas the cluster 3 had only 2 progenies, and the cluster 4 and 5 each had only 1 progenies respectively.
Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you so much, Mohan Raj.
Thank you.
Next. Karimanisha?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
Good evening to one and all present here. My topic is on the physical and mechanical properties of Dalbergia sisu and Eucalyptus tetraconus. Here I'm coming to the introduction part. The Dalbergia sisu originates from the Fabaceae family. It is native to the Indian subcontinent. So it is a fast-growing tree species. And coming to the Eucalyptus, it originates from the Fabaceae family, and it is also known as the forest red gum. And the wood physical properties are referred as quantitative characteristic of wood and its behavior through external influence rather than the applied force. So these mechanical properties of wood are used to tested by its fitness and ability to resist applied for the external forces. And coming to the materials and method, the samples were collected at the age of 5, were filled at a stump height of 15 to 20 centimeter, and about 1 meter length billets were filled from the sample tree were collected for the analysis. So the bulk density and basic density, moisture content, static binding test, moisture MO and MOR determined for the study. And coming to the result and discussion part, the moisture content plays an important role in deciding the utilization of wood. So the moisture content of Dalbergia recorded at 9.6 to 20%, and so the wood is hygroscopic and it gains or loses moisture at the relative humidity of air surrounded its changes. So based on the moisture content, 6 to 8% is suitable for the wood flooring, and 6 to 9% is suitable for the furniture purpose, and 9 to 14% is suitable for construction purpose. So coming to the basic density, it indicates the relationship between of dry mass to the solid volume. So it measures how much dry wood weighs as a solid measure of wood. And coming to the physical properties of wood, static bending test of 4.33 kg per centimeter square. So the strength properties of wood depends upon the species and force direction of load.
Thank you, Karimanisha. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we go to Smita Sri. Just your layer. Okay, that's okay. Govind and Tuman. Govind and Karapara. Let me just leave it. Go ahead. Mr. Gohan. Just see the stuff participants. Gohan. Mr. Gohan. Just leave it open and wait for some time, maybe a minute. If it doesn't develop, we'll be another. Go ahead. Yes, he's there, already is there, but he's not responding. Probably network connectivity. Go ahead. Hello, Mugan.
Hello, Google.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Actually, my topic.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Respected chairman, co-chairman, and other speakers. Actually, my topic is on SWAT model calibration and uncertainty analysis for stream flow prediction in Alia subbasin of Tamil Nadu. Actually, the forest provides multiple ecosystem resources, including economic, ecological, and social benefits. And also, the forest helps in maintaining the water quality and also influence in volume of available water and regulate the surface and groundwater. According to FAO, 75% of the fresh water from the forest is used for human consumption, but only 25% of the forest waters are managed for water conservation practices. Keeping in the SWAT, which is a soil water assessment tool, which was developed by USDA, which was used in this study. The SWAT is a watershed model. It's used to simulate the quality and quantity of surface and groundwater to predict the environmental impact on land use, land management practices, and climate change. And also, in this study, we had taken the Oleo subbasin from the Paramikulam Oleo project basin. In this, we have used the European Center medium range weather forecast data, and DEM data is obtained from SRTM, whereas the land use was obtained from NRSC, and soil data was obtained from remote sensing department of TNAU. In this, we have calibrated and validated this model. We have found a good agreement between the calibration and validation part from the observed and the simulated outputs from the model. And also regarding that NS, it's also found to be above 0.7 for both calibration and validation part. For calibration part, we have taken 4 years from 2006 to 2009, and validation part 2010 to 2012. This is based on the availability of data from the PWD. We have taken this 7 years for calibration and validation part. And regarding that calibration part and validation part, we have used a suffix 2. It is one of the fine algorithm where compared to PSO, MCMC, and Parasol and Glue and other algorithms, the suffix 2 fits for the uncertainty analysis in the SWAT calibration output. So by this, we can able to conclude that this model exactly fits for earlier subbasin to project future climatic scenarios, conservation practices, and other drought and flood hazards. This model is reliable for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gohan. Thank you all the participants who has participated. Thank you one and all. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you. Thank you all. Tomorrow there will be valedictory function. You all can join in that link for valedictory function. Thank you all. Now you all can leave the meeting. Thank you. Thank you.